Welcome friends, this is a new session on the course School Organization, Administration and Management. The session includes meaning, definition and importance of asanas, some important yogasanas, important principles for the practice of asana and misconceptions about yoga. In yoga, an asana is a posture in which a practitioner sits. Asanas are also performed as physical exercise where they are sometimes referred to as yoga postures or yoga positions. Some asanas are performed just for health purposes. Asanas do promote good health, although in different ways compared to physical exercises, placing the physical body in positions that cultivate also awareness, relaxation and concentration. Through the practice of yoga asanas, one puts the body into positions that are not often practiced in modern everyday life and thus helps to maintain a long-term range of motion as we age. Meaning and definition of asanas. Asana originally meant a sitting position. The word asana in Sanskrit does appear in many contexts denoting a static physical position, although traditional usage is specific to the practice of yoga. Traditional usage defines asana as both singular and plural. In English, plural for asana is defined as asanas. In the Yoga Sutras, Patanjali defines asana as to be seated in a position that is firm but relaxed. Patanjali mentions the ability to sit for extended periods as one of the 8 limbs of a system known as Ashtanga Yoga. We shall now see the importance of asana. Asanas are beneficial for the muscles, joints, cardiovascular system, nervous system and lymphatic system as well as the mind, psyche and chakras or energy centers. Asanas are said to be important because flexibility of spine is increased, the joints become more mobile, muscles are relaxed, toned and receive a plenty supply of blood. Organ and glandular activity is stimulated and regulated, lymphatic system and metabolism is stimulated, immune system is strengthened, circulation and blood pressure are stimulated. The nervous system is calmed and strengthened, the skin becomes clear and fresh. We shall now see the difference between gymnastics and yoga. In contrast to gymnastic exercises, asanas are practiced slowly to enable mental focus and a conscious understanding of the movement. The number of exercises practiced is not important, but rather the quality of performance. Before, after and between the exercises, a period of conscious physical and mental relaxation should be included. The objective of the asanas is not the conversion of bottled up energy or tension into movement, rather it is to harmonize the body and mind by consciously observing the physical and mental process as each movement or relaxation is practiced. The body does not become tired or exhausted through the asanas. On the contrary, with energy recharged, one feels rested and refreshed. Yogasanas and the importance of yogasanas. In the modern society, yogasanas have acquired an importance which has a twofold character. They are not only set of all-round physical exercises, but a preparatory stage for the practice of yoga. Once we start the yoga practice, their influence will become apparent in our everyday life. We will begin to enjoy better health, sound sleep, a keen mind and a more cheerful disposition. Our body will gradually acquire a pleasant lightness and suppleness. Our mind will become more calm and our tensions diminish. We will also notice an improvement in our figure, posture, vision and general appearance, for we will start looking younger and feeling more alive. Its secret lies in the fact that it deals with the entire man, not just one of its aspects. Some important yogasanas. The first one being Padmasana. The term Padmasana means lotus. An individual who demonstrates this asana appears like a lotus. Hence, this asana is known as Padmasana. Some people name it as Kamalasana. Kamala means Padma. It is considered as the best asana for contemplation. In Padmasana, there are certain variations also. Ardha Padmasana, Virasana, Parvadasana or mountain pose, Samasana or equal pose, Karmukasana, Uttida Padmasana. The second one is Siddhasana. In the order of importance, Siddhasana comes next to Padmasana. An individual can acquire siddhis or power in different fields if one develops mastery over this Siddhasana. In the Vedic and post-Vedic India, many siddhas or perfect yogins practiced this asana. Therefore, this asana is popularly known as Siddhasana. Third one is Guptasana or hidden pose. In this asana, the person concerned should place the left heel over the organ of generation. The right heel is also placed over the external organ of generation. The two ankles are in close contact. The right toes are thrust inside the hollow between the left thigh and left calf muscles. The left toes are covered by the right leg. In this asana, the demonstrator hides well the organs of generation. That is why this asana is known as Guptasana. The fourth one is Vajrasana or adamantine pose. The demonstrator keeps the left heel below the organs of generation. The right heel is placed over the organ. Vajra means adamantine, hence this is called Vajrasana. Person who sits in this asana have a steady, firm pose. They cannot be easily shaken. The knees are rendered very hard. The danda becomes very firm and strong. This particular asana resembles the namaz pose of the Muslims. Advantages of Vajrasana. If an individual sits in this asana for about half an hour, immediately after food, the food will be digested well. The nerves and muscles of the legs and thighs can be strengthened. Gradually, myalgia in the knees, legs, toes and thighs will disappear. Flatulence can be removed. The stomach of the person concerned starts working vigorously. Some variations of Vajrasana are Kurmasana or tortoise pose, Ardha Kurmasana, Uttara Kurmasana, Mandukasana or frog pose, and Shirshasana. The fifth one is Mayurasana. In Sanskrit, Mayura means peacock. The demonstrator of this asana appears to be a peacock which has spread out the bundle of feathers at its back. To exhibit this asana, the demonstrator should possess good physical strength. The technique of Mayurasana. The demonstrator should kneel on the ground and squat on the toes. Then they should raise the heels up and join the two forearms together. They should place the palms of the two hands on the ground after joining the two forearms together. The two little fingers must be in close opposition or juxtaposition. The thumbs should touch the ground and project towards the feet. At this stage, the demonstrator has got steady and firm forearms for supporting the whole body in the ensuing elevation of the trunk and legs. Then they should bring down the abdomen slowly against the conjoined elbows. They should support the body upon the elbows that are pressed now against the navel or umbilicus. This is the first stage of Mayurasana. Then they should stretch their legs and raise the feet straight on a level with the head parallel to the ground. This is the second stage of this asana. Persons having good physical strength can perform this asana for 2 to 3 minutes, but others can perform it for 5 to 20 seconds only. Advantages of Mayurasana. Mayurasana is considered as a wonderful asana for improving digestion. It destroys the effects of wholesome diet. This asana cures diseases like dyspepsia and diseases of the stomach like gulma, chronic gastritis, and reduces splenic and liver enlargement by increasing the intra-abdominal pressure. It develops appetite and removes all diseases caused by an excess of wind, bile or phlegm, cures diabetes, hemorrhoids, and gives strength to the muscles of the arms. In minimum time, this asana gives maximum physical exercises. The sixth one is Sarvangasana. Since all angas or parts of the body are engaged when this asana is performed, this asana is called Sarvangasana. This is a serious asana and gives wonderful benefits to the person who regularly practices this asana. Techniques of Sarvangasana. The demonstrator has to spread thick blanket on the floor and practice this asana on the blanket. They have to lie on the blanket quite flat at the outset and slowly raise their legs. Then they have to lift the trunk, hips and legs quite vertically. They have to support the back with 2 hands on each side. They should rest the elbow on the ground and press the chin against the chest and form a chin lock firmly. They should allow the back shoulder portion and neck to touch the ground closely. They should not allow the body to shake or move to and fro. Then keep the legs straight. After the asana is over, bring down the legs very slowly with elegance and not with any jerks. This asana should be performed very gracefully. When the asana is performed, the whole body weight of the body is thrown on the shoulders. The demonstrator actually stands on the shoulders with the help and support of the elbows. They have to concentrate on the thyroid gland which lies on the front lower part of the neck. They should retain the breath as long as they can perform with comfort and slowly exhale through the nose. Advantages of Sarvangasana. One of the important advantages of this asana is that the thyroid gland, which plays an important part in the metabolism, growth, nutrition and structure, is properly nourished. It is said that healthy thyroid means healthy function of the circulatory, respiratory, alimentary, genitourinary and nervous systems of the body. The thyroid operates in conjunction with other ductless glands, pituitary, pineal in the brain, suprarenal above the kidneys, liver, spleen and testis. If this thyroid is diseased, all other glands suffer. This asana helps to supply a large quantity of blood to the spinal roots of nerves. It also helps to centralize the blood in the spinal column. It helps to keep the spine quite elastic. Elasticity of the spine means everlasting youth. This asana also helps to retain celibacy or brahmacharya. It removes sterility and diseases of womb. Women can safely practice this asana. Sarvangasana has the advantages of removing dyspepsia, constipation and other gastrointestinal disorders of a chronic nature. For such advantages, one should perform this asana daily twice morning and evening. The seventh one is Dhanurasana. In this asana, the demonstrator appears like a bow or dhanu. The stretched arms and forelegs form the string of a bow. It bends the spine backwards and supplements Bhujangasana. This asana is a combination of Bhujangasana and Shalabhasana with the addition of catching the ankles with the hands. Bhujangasana, Shalabhasana and Dhanurasana form a valuable combination. These three asanas always function together. Now the technique of the asana. At the outset, the demonstrator should lie on the chest with the face downwards. Then should release all muscles and should keep the arms at the sides. They should gently fold the legs at the back and raise hands backwards. After this pose, catch hold of the ankles with the hands and raise chest and keep the arms and forelegs quite straight and stiff. Thus, a nice convex arc is formed. If this demonstrator desires to stretch the legs, they can raise chest up. They should dexterously manipulate. They have to retain the breath in a midway and exhale slowly. They should continue this practice for 5 to 6 times. The demonstrator can retain this pose as long as they can keep it comfortably. Dhanurasana gives a good massage to the abdominal region as the whole body rests on the abdomen. One has to practice this asana only when the stomach is empty. Now the advantages of this asana. Dhanurasana works as a good medicine in chronic constipation, dyspepsia and sluggishness of liver. It is also helpful in curing hunchback, rheumatism of legs, knee joints and hands. This asana is very helpful to the persons who suffer from gastrointestinal diseases. Now some important instructions to be followed in yogasanas. First one should practice different asanas in a well-ventilated clean room where there is free movement of fresh air. The flow must be even. Second, one can practice asanas on the sandy bed of rivers, seashores and open airy places. Third, morning time is considered as the best time for practicing asanas. One should perform asanas on empty stomach or at least 3 hours after food. Fourth, one should spread a blanket on the floor and practice the asanas over the blanket. A pillow or 4-folded blanket should be used while performing Shirshasana. Fifth, the demonstrator should not use spectacles while performing asanas. They may be broken or may injure the eyes. Sixth, a beginner should start with minimum time for performing asanas. They should gradually increase the period. One should do asanas as long as one can keep up the posture comfortably. Seventh, in order to realize maximum benefits of asanas, one should practice regularly. Eighth, to practice asanas, one should have patience and perseverance, earnestness and sincerity. Ninth, one should not change the asanas. Adhere to one set tenaciously. Change of one set of asanas to another set may not give better results. 10th, one should be steady while performing asanas. 11th, when a particular asana is not suitable for an individual, they can select some other asana. 12th, the persons who practice Shirshasana should take some light snacks or juice after the asana is over. 13. One should avoid unnecessary worries. 14. One should observe moderation in eating, drinking, sleeping and all other activities. 15. One should observe celibacy to get the benefits of asanas. 16. Without yama, niyama, viveka and vairagya, one cannot enjoy the advantages of asanas. 17. To be efficient in different asanas, one should have faith and confidence, interest and attention. Some important principles for the practice of asana. 1. Asanas are always performed in coordination with the breath. Movements that expand the chest and abdominal cavity are always connected with the inhalation. Movements that narrow the chest and abdominal cavity are always connected with the exhalation. 2. In the initial stages of practice, the asanas are performed once or twice without holding, so that the movement of the body and the breath are synchronized. In this way, it is clearly established with which movement to inhale or exhale. This type of practice calms the nervous system, stimulates the glands, increases the capacity of the breath, and frees one from physical and mental stress. The mind becomes relaxed, calm, and clear. Only after this preliminary practice should an asana be held for a longer time, breathing normally. During practice, concentration is directed to the specific part of the body on which this exercise is working. The breath consciousness is also directed to this region of the body. 4th, after practicing a posture, a counter pose or equalizing posture is carried out. For example, when one part of the body is flexed or contracted, then in the following asana it is extended or stretched. Surya Namaskar. Surya Namaskar means prayer to the sun. Sun being the most effulgent and life-giving force, it forms the visible representation of the invisible Almighty God. It is very difficult on the part of all individuals to think of this, the transcendent supreme absolute, without the help of some concrete object or idea. For such individuals, the sun forms the best object for worship and meditation. Surya Namaskar is a technique which prepares the foundation for the all-round culture of the body, mind, and spirit. Prayer to the sun or Surya Namaskar consists of 12 postures or stages. One posture smoothly and graciously follows into the next pose. While performing Surya Namaskar, one should not undergo undue strain. They should be aware of the inner mood with which Surya Namaskar is done. These are the 12 postures of Surya Namaskar. Several yoga postures are combined in Surya Namaskar with rhythmic breathing, rapid movement and sunbathing and prayerful contemplation of the divine power that the sun represents. The demonstrator has to practice the Surya Namaskar facing the morning sun, bathing his or her whole body in the life-giving rays of the sun. Pranayama. Pranayama is the conscious and deliberate control and regulation of the breath. Prana means breath. Ayam means to control, to regulate. With each breath, we absorb not only oxygen but also prana. Prana is cosmic energy, the power in the universe that creates, preserves, and changes. It is a basic element of life and consciousness. Prana is also found in food. Therefore, it is very important to have a healthy and wholesome vegetarian diet. The conscious guidance of prana in the body gives rise to an increase in vitality, physical detoxification, and improved immunity, as well as the attainment of inner peace, relaxation, and mental clarity. In mythology, it is said that the length of the person's life is predetermined by the number of breaths. The yogi tries to conserve time and lengthen life by slowing down the breath. Steps for doing pranayama. 1. Firstly, we need to make the lungs to expand and contract so that we start breathing more. Hence, we do Surya Namaskars or any dynamic practices or yoga postures first, so that our breathing increases. Also, we start breathing from abdomen like kids. 2. Followed by that, we do the following practices. The first one is Kapalbhati, throwing out the air. We throw out all the bad air outside. In this, the focus is on exhaling. From the stomach, we push to throw out the air. Next is Bhastrika. This is to increase the intake of breath. In this, we inhale and exhale together. People with high BP should not do this. Face should be completely relaxed. If you need to pull very hard using facial expression, you are doing incorrect. The next one is Anulom Vilom or Nadi Shodhan. This is one of the most important practice. In this, you breathe from one nostril, closing the other nostril, and exhale from the other nostril. And then inhale from other nostril and exhale from the first nostril. This brings out balance between left and right nostrils. It should be done as slow as possible. It will regulate the pranas. The next is Brahmari, honeybee sound. In this, you close your ears with thumb and make sound of honeybee with eyes closed. This will further regulate the pranas. Just listen the subtle vibrations of the sound. Next one being Shavasana. Lie down for 5 to 10 minutes to relax and rejuvenate, to further calm down the pranas and bring it to normal. Now some of the effects of pranayama. First comes the physical effects. Preservation of the body's health, purification of the blood, improvement in the absorption of oxygen, strengthening the lungs and heart, regulation of blood pressure, regulation of the nervous system, supporting the healing process and healing therapies, increasing resistance to infection. Now the mental effects: elimination of stress, nervousness and depression, quietening of thoughts and emotions, inner balance, release of energy blockages. The spiritual effects: deepening of meditation, awakening and purification of the chakras or the energy centers, and expansion of consciousness. Now we shall discuss some of the misconceptions about yoga. First, yoga is just for flexible people. You can fill in the blank. I've heard it all. I am not flexible enough. I am not thin enough. I am not young enough. Yoga accepts you wherever you are. There are no rules, no expectations and no judgments. Anyone can benefit from the practice of yoga as long as she or he is patient and approaches the practice with an open mind. Second, yoga is easy, gentle stretching. There is a great deal of value in gentle yoga, but there are many styles and schools of yoga that are incredibly physically challenging. It takes strength, stamina and flexibility. There is a class out there that will meet your needs, whether you are a dancer, athlete or a tired grandma. Third, the purpose of yoga is physical fitness. A lot of people put yoga in the same category as a Zumba class because of its health benefits. But one of the reasons that asana practice is so great for you is that it mixes awareness and concentration with movement. In other words, yoga is moving meditation. That is so different from other fitness classes. Fourth one, it conflicts with my religion. It is true that in some yoga studios you might see a statue of the Hindu deity Shiva and hear some chanting. No one will ever push any religious thoughts during a yoga class. Fifth, there is a wrong conception that yoga should be practiced only through some guru or yoga master. No doubt the guidance from yoga teacher will be helpful for easy practice of yogic exercise, but one can practice through gaining knowledge from the readily available books, video cassettes and other available materials. Let us now summarize the important points discussed. The study and practice of Yogasana is most ancient, yet still unsurpassed art and science of living. It gives us the key to youth, health and long life, and helps us to find harmony, peace of mind and true happiness. It is high time for us to try this age-old method and test its effectiveness for physical well-being, mental and spiritual advancement. Thank you for watching the session on the concept of asanas. See you soon with a new topic. Till then, goodbye.
Welcome to the session on physical media of information. First of all, let us examine the evolution of physical media. We all know that effective communication is essential for a variety of reasons. It serves to inform, motivate, establish authority and control, and allows for emotive expressions. For humans in particular, communication is vital for creating a sense of social cohesion. We know that all animal species have perfected a system of communication, but humans are the only species capable of spoken language. Just as mankind has evolved over the centuries, the means of communication have also followed suit. What began as primitive cave paintings and sign language has developed into an endless variety of ways to express oneself to other human beings. The most well-known form of primitive communication is cave paintings. The method involved creating pigments made from the juice of fruits and berries, colored minerals or animal blood. These pigments were then used to create depictions of primitive life on the cave walls. The purpose of the paintings has been questioned by scholars for years. But the most popular theory states that the depictions were used as a manual for instructing others what animals were safe to eat. Although people were leaving messages on cave walls 25,000 to 30,000 years ago, the first examples of writing did not appear until about 5,000 years back, when Mesopotamian scribes began writing on clay tablets. These clay tablets are said to have been about the thickness of a pie crust. The Egyptians developed a more flexible writing surface by joining strips of papyrus and then placing a cross layer on top. The layered papyrus sheets were then hammered flat, dried in the sun and then polished smooth. Up to 20 sheets were then passed together and rolled up to a scroll. By the 2nd century BC, the Greeks started using parchment made from goat skin or sheepskin and vellum from calf skin. Parchment had two advantages over papyrus. The first advantage is that both sides could be written on, and moreover its thickness could be modified according to need. Along with these, barks of trees, leaves, clothes, metal plates, especially copper, silver and gold, were also used in varying degrees in different parts of the world. According to legend, paper was invented in 105 AD in China. Paper was thinner and more flexible than papyrus or parchment. Paper making had spread to the Arab world by the 8th century, and it surfaced in Spain in the 12th century. However, paper did not come into common use in Europe until the 15th century, when the printing press was invented. The 20th century witnessed the emergence of many storage media, mostly mediated by machines like punched cards, punched tapes, microforms, which include microfilm, microfiche, ultrafiche, magnetic tapes, magnetic drums, magnetic discs, and optical media like CD-ROMs, VCDs, DVDs, and so on. The varieties of physical media are constantly on the increase. Now let us examine the most important media that have evolved over the period of time. First of all, let us take stones. Stone was the principal writing material in use in ancient India. Engravings on stone, as Emperor Ashoka himself expresses, are such as to endure for a long time. Such engravings were made on rocks, slabs, smoothened or rough pillars, images, caskets, vases, etc. Stone slabs or columns used to be inscribed with grand deeds, royal eulogy, that is praises to the kings, proclamations, agreements between individuals or kings, and even with literary works. For example, the Kurmakshata, a poetical work in Prakrita by the scholar King Bhoja of Dara, is engraved on stone slabs. Putting inscriptions on stone pillars is a very old tradition. Emperor Ashoka got his edicts inscribed on rocks and also on stone pillars. The next in the series was clay tablets, which made their origin from 3100 BC. In the river plains of Mesopotamia, where writing first developed, clay is an easily available commodity. Naturally, it became the writing material of the temple scribes. Their implement for writing was a piece of reed cut to form a rectangular end. These two ingredients defined the first script. Characters were formed from the wedge-shaped marks which a corner of the reed makes when pressed into the damp clay, a style of writing known as cuneiform. Cuneiform means wedge-shaped. Clay tablets, dried hard in the sun, made an almost indestructible temple archive, but they were not convenient for sending messages because of their weight. Papyrus began from 3000 BC. The discovery of an easily portable substance to write on is almost as old as writing itself. Around 3000 BC in Egypt, people began making a flexible, smooth surface which would accept and retain ink without blur or smudge. It came to be known by the name of the aquatic plant which grew by the Nile, that is papyrus. To make a scroll, strips are cut down the length of the plant. The broader ones are laid side by side to form a rectangle, and others are then laid across at right angles. By a process of wetting and pressure, sometimes with added adhesive, the two layers bind. They are then hammered flat and dried in the sun, after which the upper side is polished smooth with a piece of ivory or a shell. It remained in regular use longer than any other material in the history of written documents, and thus has emerged as one of the most important elements in the history of writing. Next came bamboo, which began to be used in China from 1500 BC. It was an indigenous plant in China. Bamboo proved to be convenient as a writing material as papyrus in Egypt. Chinese characters at this early period are written in vertical columns. So a thin strip of bamboo is ideal for a single column. To create a longer document, two lines of thread link each bamboo strip to its neighbor. The modern Chinese character for a book evolved from a pictogram of bamboo strips threaded together. Bamboo books survived from as early as 400 BC, but records indicate that they were in use at least 1000 years earlier to it. Next comes wax, leaves and wood, which made their origin from the 5th century BC. In many parts of the ancient world, people used renewable notebooks. They are small tablets with a waxed surface. After being written on, the wax can be warmed and smoothed over for use on another occasion. Scribes in all civilizations are skillful at making use of local materials. Palm trees provided the leaves of documents in the many parts of India. The earliest known Buddhist texts are known on strips of birch bark. When the Romans were in Britain, far from their usual supplies of papyrus, they made thin veneer-like tablets from English trees for their correspondence. A very popular material for writing purposes in ancient India was birch bark, also called Bhojapatra in Sanskrit. The birch is moderate sized tree growing in the Himalayas at a height of nearly 14,000 feet. The inner bark of this tree was used for writing. Then comes parchment and vellum, which made their origin from 2nd century BC onwards. During the 2nd century BC, people in the region of the Mediterranean began using a much more expensive alternative to papyrus. The substance is parchment, a form of leather. Ordinary leather has occasionally been used for these purposes since about 2500 BC, but only one side can be written on. This was the major limitation. With parchment, both sides are treated and rubbed until smooth to form a flexible double surface. By the 2nd century AD, parchment became a serious rival to papyrus. From the 4th to 15th century, it remained the standard writing surface, evidenced by the fact that almost all famous manuscripts were produced in parchment. For the most expensive books, a softer and finer version is often used, known as vellum, and made from the hides of young or sometimes unborn calves, kids and lambs. Paper started its origin from 105 AD. The most far-reaching invention of making paper is attributed to an official in the imperial court of China named Zai Lun in the year AD 105. It was made from rags and the fibers of mulberry, laurel and Chinese grass. To make a sheet of paper, these substances are repeatedly soaked, pounded, washed, boiled, strained and bleached. The mush is left to drain in a mesh frame and then dried. The result is thinner and more flexible than papyrus or parchment and much more adaptable to methods of large-scale production. This secret took about 1000 years to reach Europe through Arab traders. Paper became common in Europe by the 15th century and began to be used in the printing of books. Then comes the microforms. Microform is a general term used to describe the microfilm, microfiche or micropics used for the storage of documents that have been photographed and reduced in size in order to conserve space or to preserve materials that deteriorate rapidly. Microforms first got their start in 1839 when John Benjamin Danzer created the first microphotographs using the famed daguerreotype process of printing. The format really gained some public ground when they were officially supported by the annual meeting of the American Library Association in 1936. At this time, they were fully endorsed by the organization and came into common use. Though the Library of Congress had been using microforms since 1927, by 1940, microfilms were developed and the rest is history. The main types of microforms are: 1. Microfilm. Microfilm is a reel of film which requires a special camera to reduce the document to 1% of its original size. 16 mm or 35 mm standard is used, usually unperforated. Roll microfilm is stored on open reels or put into cassettes. The standard length for using roll film is 100 feet. Then comes microfiche. A microfiche is a flat film 105 millimeter into 148 millimeter in size. It carries a matrix of micro images. All microfiche are read with text parallel to the long side of the fiche. Along the top of the fiche, a title may be recorded for visual identification. Office size papers or magazine pages require a reduction of 24 or 25. Microfiche are stored in open top envelopes which are put in drawers or boxes as file cards or fitted into pockets in purpose made books. Thirdly comes ultrafiche. It's a variant of microfiche that holds up to 1000 document pages per 4 into 6 inch sheet of film in the place of 270 pages contained by the normal microfiche. Though microforms have many advantages like incredibly lesser storage space, cheapness and durability, they are useless unless the viewer has the proper microform reader. Moreover, though they have a longer life, they are prone to deterioration. With the advent of electronic resources which provided much more advantages to the user, the fancy for the microforms receded. Then came the digital media. Digital media, otherwise known as electronic media, consists of any media that are encoded in a machine readable format. They can be created, viewed, distributed, modified and preserved on computers. Computer programs and software, digital imagery, digital video, web pages and websites, including social media, data and databases, digital audio such as MP3s and e-books are examples of digital media. The physical forms include magnetic tapes, magnetic drums, magnetic discs and optical media like CD-ROMs, VCDs, DVDs and so on. The classification of information sources. An information source is any system producing information or containing information intended for transmission. Information sources can be divided based on different characteristics like published or unpublished, documentary and non-documentary, print and non-print, etc. Now let us see documentary and non-documentary sources. Documentary sources may be defined as records relating to individuals or groups of individuals that have been generated in the course of their daily lives. They are sometimes described as life stories because they are the accounts of the lives of individuals, families or other social groups. To be specific, documentary sources are physical sources of information that are fit for physical handling. In other words, they are the record in some physical form. They include books, periodicals, reports, patents, diaries, letters, memoirs, photographs, even shopping lists and random jottings. Films can also be treated as document, and more recently video and other technologies have become available. Documentary sources of information are categorized as primary, secondary or tertiary material. These classifications are based on the originality of the material and the proximity of the source or origin. This informs the reader as to whether the author is reporting information that is first hand or is conveying the experiences and opinions of others, which is considered second hand. Determining of a source as primary, secondary or tertiary is somewhat tricky. Let us examine primary sources. Primary sources, as already mentioned, are original materials on which other research is based. They are usually the first formal appearance of results in physical, print or electronic formats. They present original thinking, report a discovery or share new information. They provide first-hand testimony or direct evidence concerning a topic under investigation. These sources are records of events or evidence as they are first described or actually happened without any interpretation or commentary. It is information that is shown for the first time or original materials on which other research is based. Primary resources display original thinking, report on new discoveries, or share fresh information. In science and technology, journal articles, reports, patents, standards, conference papers, theses or dissertations, government documents, laboratory notebooks, trade literature are considered to be primary sources. In social sciences, on the other hand, memoranda, agenda of meetings, newspaper reports, etc. are also added in this category. In humanities, especially in language and literature, books are considered to be of primary nature. Along with these, theses, dissertations, scholarly materials, some government reports, symposia and conference proceedings, original artwork, poems, photographs, speeches, letters, memos, personal narratives, diaries, interviews, autobiographies and correspondence can also be added. Now let us pass on to the secondary sources. Secondary sources are less easily defined than primary sources. Generally, they are accounts written after the fact with the benefit of hindsight. They are interpretations and evaluations of primary sources. Secondary sources are not evidence, but rather commentary on and discussions of evidence. These sources offer an analysis or restatement of primary sources. They often try to describe or explain primary sources. They tend to be works which summarize, interpret, reorganize or otherwise provide an added value to a primary source. Though most of the secondary sources are likely to contain information in a condensed form, abridged form, there are some which just serve as guides or pointers to primary sources. A typical example is the index or bibliographies. Other sources are textbooks, edited works, books and articles that interpret or review research works, histories, biographies, literary criticism and interpretation, reviews of law and legislation, political analysis and commentaries. Tertiary sources. Tertiary sources compile, analyze and digest primary and secondary sources of information. In other words, they contain information distilled from primary or secondary sources. These are sources that index, abstract, organize, compile or digest other sources. The main role of tertiary sources is to enhance the use of both primary and secondary sources. In this sense, they serve a bibliographical control function. They help in the identification and the selection of primary and secondary sources. The most common sources considered under the purview of tertiary sources are bibliography of bibliographies and guides to literature. Some authors include dictionaries, almanacs and yearbooks also under this category. Now let us examine what is meant by non-documentary sources. It was mentioned earlier that documentary sources are physical sources of information that are fit for physical handling, or they are the record in some physical form. The non-documentary sources of information are live sources that provide information instantly. They include persons or individuals who are experts in their field, research organizations, societies, industries, government establishments, departments, learned and professional bodies, universities, technological institutions, data centers, information centers, referral centers, clearing houses, consultants, technological gatekeeper, etc. To cite an example, if a scientist working on in an experiment needs some information, in all probability he would prefer to consult a colleague rather than turning to a printed page. In the same way, it is handier to have a discussion with an expert than to use a bibliography or index or card catalog or even a consultation with a reference librarian. The referral service offered by libraries mostly point to non-documentary sources. The main advantage of non-documentary sources of information is that it is instantaneous, focused, and readily usable. On the flip side comes the high cost involved, especially when the information has to be collected from far off individuals or institutions. However, the information technology gadgets have come in a big way to ward off or remove these difficulties. Now let us see another classification, that is print and non-print. A print document is a document that is created, maintained, and used manually, mostly on paper. Other thin surfaces can also be used for printing. It is simply a hard copy of an electronic document. All printed books, journals, newspapers, patents, theses, and other types of documents can be considered in this category. A non-print item, on the other hand, has the following characteristics according to Thomas B. Wall. First, the item must appeal to the sight and or hearing of the user. Second, under normal conditions, the item must require additional equipment for usage. Thirdly, the print word must not represent the essence of the medium. Specific examples of materials meeting the criteria include videotapes, films, audio tapes, slides, transparencies, and film strips. Manuscripts and similar archival materials, realia and artifacts. Certain types of visual materials also come under the group of non-print materials. The term manuscripts, which originally referred to handwritten items, refers now to a body of papers of an individual or a family. Both terms encompass a broad array of documents and records of numerous formats and types. Archival records or manuscripts may include business and personal correspondence, diaries and journals, legal and financial documents, maps, architectural drawings, objects, other histories, computer tape, video and audio cassettes. Realia and artifacts are three-dimensional, and unlike two-dimensional objects such as books and manuscripts, can be either man-made or naturally occurring. While all collateral, realia and artifacts are deemed as having documentary value, some are valued for their intrinsic worth, others for their artistic merit, and others for their historical significance or scientific value. Realia and artifacts commonly used for research are war memorabilia such as canteens, mess kits, uniform emblems and badges, jewelry, clothing, etc. The term visual material refers to any primary source in which image instead of or in conjunction with words and or sounds is used to convey meaning. Some common and useful types of visual materials are original art, including but not limited to paintings, drawings, sculpture, architectural drawings and plans. A related term, namely non-book material, also need to be mentioned here. All materials which are not paper based, that is non-book, may be brought within this collection. This would include databases, microcomputers, microfilm, video cassettes and phonorecords. This is not a print collection but a non-book collection. Before you attend the next session, please try to answer the following questions. What is meant by physical media of information? Define documentary sources of information. What are the basic differences between primary, secondary and tertiary sources of information? What are the examples of non-documentary sources of information? The sources for reference are Reference and Information Services, an Introduction, 3rd edition by Castle K. and Hiremath U. Neil Schumann is the publisher. Second, Science and Technology, an Introduction to the Literature, 4th edition by Dennis Grogan. Publisher is Clive Bingley. Third, Information Sources, Services and Systems, Gurdev Singh, published by PHI Learning Private Limited. Fourth, Introduction to Reference Work, 8th edition by William A. Katz, McGraw-Hill, publisher. 5th, Reference Service, 5th edition by Krishan Kumar, publisher is Vikas. The Reference Sources Handbook by Peter W. Lee, publisher is Library Association. So, we have already seen the history of writing materials. I hope this session was interesting and informative. See you next time, and until then, goodbye.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have an mobile app developer and iOS developer from UK. He is the founder of TouchAware Limited, London, UK. Welcome, Samson Lopez.
Thank you, Rajesh.
In the global scenario, this explosion of explosive use of smartphones and other gadgets are happening. So, could you please explain what is the major trends in mobile apps development in global scenario?
If you go back in time, the explosion happened when soon after the iPhone was launched. The iOS SDK was launched a year later. So that's when a lot of developers started developing a lot of applications. So since then, apps have been developed on the iOS platform and the Android platform on a lot of categories. So the App Store is now flooded with millions of applications. So there are good quality applications as well. And the answer to your second part of the question, the current trends. So the big phase transition now is on the change to cloud. So there's a lot of movement from standalone applications to cloud-based applications. So that is one of the current trends we have.
So the technology has a lot of advancements in terms of mobile apps development. And how can we avoid major pitfalls in app development?
Mobile application development from a software engineering standpoint is not very different from any other application development, the desktop application development or development of services. So I think the question here is whether the standard engineering practices or software engineering practices are followed. So if you go through a rigorous testing development cycle, you tend to produce quality applications. Now the issue with mobile application development is a lot of inexperienced developers are developing applications which lead to insecure applications, low quality applications. So what needs to be done is to bring more processes more review processes, educate the developers to produce more quality applications to reduce issues. So all the security issues for standard applications also exist for mobile application as well. So it's how well you do it and what are the processes to make it secure, which is important in my point of view.
So in the app development domain, so what you do, what you passionate about. So that is the scenario. So what are the special skills and roles required in this field?
To develop an app, you need to have the domain knowledge. So, say for instance, my own application I design. Over the years, I've gathered a lot of knowledge on 2D vector drawing apps, and that really helped me to when I actually developed the app. So I feel that the domain knowledge is very critical in developing applications. Now there are a lot of other factors like technical skill, your knowledge of the current development platforms, whether it is iOS or whether it is Android. So you need to learn and relearn and adapt to all the new current cutting edge technology, which is like ever changing.
There is a saying like a good artist borrow and a great artist steal. So this is applicable for all creative endeavors. So in the app development also it is practical. What is your comment on this?
I'm not very sure if I read it right whether I agree about borrowing and stealing, because I feel that if you want to bring out a successful application, it has to be something original, something which is not already there. So I don't really feel that borrowing or stealing is the right approach there. So you need to bring in something original. So I do understand, if I may quote an analogy with say music. You initially tend to play songs which are already there. So that's for you to actually gain the skill, but it's not going to take you anywhere. So you will have to, over time you will have to work on original ideas and original thinking. So that's my take on it.
So in this app development domain, so what is the importance of user experience or designers and the collaboration between the designers and the developers? What is your view on that?
Okay, I am basically a iOS and Mac developer, so I'm more related to Apple development methodologies. So the philosophy of Apple is very design oriented. So design is something primary. There's a lot of emphasis on design. So in software engineering in general, design is everywhere. So the old tried and tested method of failure, the waterfall model, is not applicable anymore in today's world.
Yes.
So it is all agile, and design is in all phases. So I even believe that there's a significant amount of design in even coding. So even when you code, you actually do a lot of design. So every developer, in a sense, especially for the app development segment, needs to be some sort of a designer as well, to actually keep pace with the app development.
So how will you meet the user experience there? So what is the importance of that?
So the idea is to develop simple user interface which the users can get the task done. So for that, so user experience, UX is again very important. So that's a skill which every developer need to possess.
So you can choose from many app development platforms for your application, and they are not none of them are immune to security. So what are the major security aspects you have to consider while you go for an app development?
Well, there are two kinds of security areas in my view. So one is the platform level security, which the platform actually provides for you, say whether it is iOS or whether it is Android. Things like simple things like even locking the screen of a smartphone, the kind of encryption, all these kinds of security features are provided by the platform. So how good is that? How good is the Android platform security? How good is iOS? The second part is security related to the app itself. That's where the developer's knowledge and skill about security comes into play. So the developer needs to be aware of, say, for instance, he should not send clear text password to a service. So that's a security issue there. So it is very developer dependent and also dependent on the engineering, software engineering practices related to security when the app is developed.
In Indian scenario also, the mobile apps goes very drastically. The applications are coming up, and so what is the major apps development scenario happening in Indian market in terms of Indian language mobile apps?
So I am primarily based in the UK, and my view as of now is more on the European market, because I am currently doing translation of my app in various European languages. But my feeling is that it's pretty much the same for any language in any region. So you have different elements. You can it's basically internationalization of an app. So it involves in language related translation. It involves in the way you treat currency. So in certain countries like Spain, you have a comma instead of a decimal point. So to translate an app in an Indian language, I think it's pretty much easy, where it's just strings involved. But when you consider things like voice input,
Okay.
like in iOS applications you have Siri, and you have for Google, for Android applications you have different method of voice input. That's where the challenge lies for the Indian scenario. So you need voice recognition systems for Indian languages. So probably that's one area where you have more input on that or knowledge about that. So it's a research and development area as of now, I guess, till we actually have more ways to process Indian languages.
Yeah, in India, the internet and mobile basis grows, and we have 22 official languages here.
Okay.
So I think this is a upcoming challenge we have to take up. So my next question is based on the cross-platform tools that is growing up nowadays. So what are the challenges involved in taking up this cross-platform tools, because we have iPhones, we have BlackBerry, we have Androids, and we have Windows mobiles and Symbians, etc. So what is your view on that?
If you look at the market share of all these platforms which you have mentioned, Android, iOS, BlackBerry and Symbian, the bulk of it is Android and iOS. So you do have a small portion of Windows mobile development and small portion of BlackBerry. So for an app developer who want to target all these spaces, irrespective of the market share, he might have to adopt for a platform like, PhoneGap or Xamarin or something to develop. So there are a couple of platforms available, but my take on it is a large section of developers will most likely focus on the large market share bits. So it actually boils down to Android and iOS. So to use a cross-platform development framework or tool just for two platforms may or may not make sense. That depends upon the kind of application you're developing. So if your application is more user interface oriented and you are actually using backend services, it might be worthwhile to use Xamarin or PhoneGap or any other cross-platform framework or tool. But if you want to do more processing based or a bit more hardcore application which is tied to the framework, I would actually go for different development on each platform to actually leverage the capabilities of the platform rather than sacrifice on the capabilities by combining everything. But it's a very it's very app dependent and the app domain dependent on the kind of app you are developing.
So how can my app make money, or in other ways how will you put your app in a app store? So what is the process involved?
So once you develop an app, you generally submit it for a particular platform. Say for iOS, you submit it for review with Apple. The same must be applicable for Android. But as far as I know, the review process of Apple is on the stronger side. You generally tend to wait for a week for Apple to turn out to actually get your app on reviewed. So they have I don't know 30 or 40 list checkpoint to check various issues which can be filtered, which is sort of domain independent. Now the other part, to answer the other part of the question, how can you make money? So from what I know, about 90% of registered developers, or even 95%, don't really make any money out of the app store. So it's that top 5% developers who actually make money out of the app store. So it's the question of getting there at the top 5%. So that means that your app has to be top in the category. So how can it be top in the category? It has to be high quality. It has to have certain features which are not available elsewhere. So it's a matter of focus on getting the app refined and polished to get it to that high level, so that it's top of the category to make money. So gone are the days when you can actually write a very simple app and dump it on the app store and make money. So yeah, it's a lot of hard work, it's a lot of passion, a lot of effort today.
If your customer base is very small and they will be asking email request and more feature request, so how will you handle that?
Okay, I am actually thinking of an analogy where Sir Henry Ford, he invented the automobile, the car. So if a person, those days it was horse carriages. So if you went and asked a person who's driving a horse carriage on what do you want, he'll just say a faster horse. I just want a faster horse. So he doesn't know, or he is not in a position to envision what an automobile is. So that's something which only Sir Henry Ford could do at that point in time. So my point of view is that you cannot ask the customer to decide on the features of your app, or the vision of your app, or what your app needs to be at a later point in time. That is something, that is why you are the developer, right? You can, certainly you can take customer feedback to know the issues of the current application, what they think, but the vision has to come from you. So you do need to support your customers, but to grow your app, that's something which you have to think yourself.
So what are the major legal issues involved in app development in terms of IPR and patenting the apps, etc.?
I would say it is very similar to any kind of software development, software you develop. So patents and intellectual property rights have been there even before this app revolution, app explosion. So, but on software patents are again very delicate, it's a very gray area there on, what you can patent, what you cannot, and how you can enforce patents. So for small time developers, the overhead of patenting is actually considerable. So in my view, you just need to be aware of not trying to copy something which is already there, in order to avoid difficulties later. So to actually do exhaustive search, a patent search for an idea, you generally have to pay a lot. It might make sense if your company is large. If it's a small company, the chances are that if your app idea or whatever feature you're trying to do, if it's not intentional, it might just be okay. So that doesn't mean that you can actually copy other people's work, which you will end up in trouble later. So that's my point of view on it.
Samson Lopez, so actually you are an entrepreneur, you founder of a startup company and an app developer. So what are the challenges involved in succeeding as an independent app developer in the current scenario?
It's a very open-ended question, but I'll try to give you my best answer to it. I mean, it's a huge market now. I mean, it's like for Apple alone, in the past 5 to 6 years, the entire Apple developer community would have sold $25 billion of worth of apps, and that's growing. So it's a huge market, and I don't think that it is saturated yet. There is a lot to do. There's a lot to develop, but it is not as easy as I said before to actually make an app and upload it on the App Store and make money out of it. So now it's already there's quite a lot of apps there. So there are a lot of factors which come to play, like your domain knowledge on the app you're developing, your platform knowledge, the focus of focus and attention and detail you put into your app development. So these characteristics or these points are really they really decide on whether your app is going to be on the top 5% to actually generate some revenue. So it boils down to, you need to really write a quality app which is actually required by the current user base, and for you to generate money based on that.
So thank you very much for your valuable time and for being with us for this interface program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dalajesh. My pleasure it was. Thank you.
Hello, welcome to this module on aesthetics. In this module, we will be learning about a great thinker and philosopher, Plato. We will begin by looking at a fresco at the Apostolic Palace in Vatican. This painting, The School of Athens, is a masterpiece by the Italian Renaissance artist Raphael. It was painted between 1510 and 1511. Why I am showing this picture to you now? It is because Raphael has portrayed most of the important Greek philosophers within this picture. We can find Plato and his disciple Aristotle standing at the center of the painting. They can be identified easily by the title painted on the books they are holding. Plato holds Timaeus and Aristotle the Nicomachean Ethics. The statues of Apollo and Minerva are found on either side of the fresco on painted niches. Apollo was the patron god of poetry and fine arts, and Minerva that of reason. Socrates is shown along with the Emperor Alexander. They can be seen standing on the right side of the picture. Though Raphael has painted Socrates near Alexander, it was Plato who was a direct disciple of Socrates. He in turn tutored Aristotle, and Aristotle tutored Alexander. Plato is also credited with the establishment of the first known university, the Academy, circa 387 BC in Athens. Plato developed a dialectical method, the pursuit of truth through questions, answers, and additional questions. The dialectical process is a dialogue between two or more people holding different points of view about a subject. They try to arrive at the truth of the matter using reasoned arguments. This dialectical method was developed before Plato by Socrates, and Plato enhanced it. To credit Socrates, Plato has used Socrates as a character in his books. Plato's major books like Symposium, Republic, Phaedrus, and Ion are written in the form of dialogue. For an artist, the study of arguments put forward in Republic and Ion are significant. In these dialogues, Plato made Socrates, one of the characters, emphasize the idea that artists should not be allowed to live and work inside an ideal republic. But the common perception that Plato considered artists as inferior beings is not totally true. He wanted to banish artists and poets from an ideal republic because he considered artists to be divinely possessed. They do not know exactly what they are doing. They are overwhelmed by the powers of poetry and creativity, so they are devoid of the power of reason. They won't make good models for the young people of society and may corrupt the youngsters by being bad role models. Plato asked other philosophers to suggest how an artist can play a positive moral role in the society. Ironically, it was his student Aristotle who suggested it. We will learn more about this when we elaborate on Aristotle. Plato wanted sculptures or paintings that depicted things in their worst moments rather than in their ideal forms, and music that would predispose people to lower emotions such as anger and lust should be banished. Plato writes, "If poets are not able to clearly justify inspiration, not knowing how or what they create, they are to be suspect because poetry evokes powerful emotions." Theory of mimesis is central to the philosophy of Plato. It is in Cratylus that he elaborates upon the concept of mimesis, which in Greek may mean imitation, representation, and dramatic enactment. Plato also holds the view that art is representative and thus mimetic. According to him, art tries to imitate and copy from life. This idea about art in particular may have originated in him from seeing the naturalistic images created by the artists of his time. There is an old Greek tale from Plato's time which narrates the incident of a bird pecking at a painted fruit, thinking it to be real. Plato wrote in Republic, "Painting and the whole art of imitation is busy about a work which is far removed from the truth, and is its mistress and friend for no wholesome or true purpose. It is the worthless mistress of a worthless friend, and the parent of a worthless progeny." In the Phaedrus, Plato states through his character Socrates that some of life's greatest blessings flow from madness, and he clarifies this later by noting that he is referring specifically to madness inspired by the gods. Plato considered our world to be only a representation. The form of anything in this world has the idea of it existing somewhere else, perhaps in another world. So we can visualize a Platonic realm where pure ideas exist. The world of representation in which we live is a secondary manifestation of these ideas. For instance, an apple has its idea existing before its appearance. This is a difficult concept. So let us take the example of a man-made object, a chair. Before a chair is made by a carpenter, he must have had a solid idea of it. This idea is not created by a carpenter. The idea of the chair existed for all. The carpenter was only just copying the idea into material. Thus, when an artist draws or paints the chair, he is making a copy from another copy. Thus, an artist's work stays twice removed from the real. Plato uses the Greek word eidos, and it is often translated as idea or essence. Plato argued that artists should try to make their images closer to the ideal form than its imperfect physical manifestation in real world. Classical Greek and Roman sculptures are examples of practical application of this concept. Artists who made these sculptures took beautifully proportioned parts from various figures and assembled them in their artwork to get closer to an ideally proportioned human form. They were trying to transcend the archetypal form of the idea of humanness. The perfect geometrical structure on which classical and Renaissance paintings were composed was also thought to be closer to the idea of the beautiful and good. So, according to Plato, art should imitate the ideal realm in order to serve as a tool to connect the physical world to the ideal plane and remind the soul of its true nature through symmetry and proportion. Poetry and drama should demonstrate moral virtues and goodness superior to that found in the physical world, which is corrupted by lower passions. In ancient Greek culture, not much differentiation was given between art and craft. Artists were treated like skilled craftsmen. The Greek word for art and craft was techne. But Plato seems to have understood the difference between pure art and craft. He states, "To have mastered the tools of an art is not to have mastered the art itself, but only its preliminaries. To practice the art, one must have a grasp of the truth and a detailed understanding of the soul in order to properly persuade. One must also have an idea of what is good or bad for the soul." He also differentiates between beauty in the arts and moral goodness. A beautiful work of art need not be good because of the passions expressed through it may set a bad impact on social life. This world itself is compared by Plato to a cave. The inhabitants of the cave only see shadows on the walls of the cave. Sunlight comes through a small opening because the inhabitants do not have the experience of outside world. They think that shadows are real and the only truth is that of the shadows. They are unaware of the real nature of the outside world. the Platonic world of pure forms is analogous to Plato's cave. Plato tried to find a method to transcend the purity of pure forms to our world. He studied mathematics, especially geometry, to be able to represent the pure form. Let us look into some of the purest possible geometrical forms suggested by Plato. The triangle was thought by Plato to be the building block of the universe. He thought that the universe is created following a geometric progression. He proposes this thesis in one of his books, the Timaeus. In this book, Plato describes how triangles make up 5 pure solids, now known as Platonic solids. Plato believed these solids make up the 4 elements and heaven. A polygon is next in complexity to triangle. The polygons are called faces. The intersection of faces create edges. The points where 3 or more edges intersect are called vertices. Contemporary visual artists and designers are familiar with these terms through their application in modern computer graphics. Then comes the polyhedron. It is a solid bounded by plane polygons. A regular polyhedron is one whose faces are identical regular polygons, that is, they have every face identical. It is possible to construct only 5 regular solids following these rules of perfection. They are a cube, tetrahedron, octahedron, icosahedron and dodecahedron. These are known as Platonic solids. We will look at some illustrations of these by Leonardo da Vinci for the 16th century book The Divine Proportion by Renaissance mathematician Luca Pacioli. Another artwork of significance in our present context is a block of fat on a chair by Joseph Beuys, a German postmodern artist. Joseph Beuys placed a big piece of fat on a chair, which melts as time passes by. To understand why he has placed a piece of fat, we first have to analyze his personal life history. He was a pilot in the German armed force. His plane crashed on an island where only aboriginals lived. Severely wounded by the crash of the bomber plane, he was tenderly cared by the primitives. They covered him with animal fat, which protected him from death and rejuvenated him. This incident posed questions on progress of civilization in his mind, and he became more aware of nature and environment. His later works all refer to the destruction human species impose upon nature. The fat placed on the chair becomes more than the remembrance of a personal incident. It is a statement on the existence of human and his will to power in time. The transient obese body sits on the chair, which is a symbol of power. To Beuys, fat is a material, and material should be considered before any question of form was considered. Also, fat as a form is a composite with no internal structure. It is also to be remembered that Plato thinks the highest form to be that of goodness. It is the first cause of being and knowledge. Sense perception can never give us true knowledge. True knowledge can be obtained only by the soul's activity within itself by the exercise of reason. The process of dialectic reasoning will make known to us the knowledge of the ideas and the highest idea of the good. Joseph Beuys takes the personal experience of encounter with the aboriginals to counter the Platonian idea of dialectic reason and make it go closer towards goodness within pure nature, which is beyond dry logical reasoning. Let us also see a fairy tale from another realm of art, a film by Norman McLaren. The Canadian filmmaker and artist has created the film Fairy Tales through the method of pixelation. Pixelation is a method of animation where a static object is manually moved between frames and then shooted frame by frame. The narrative tells the story of a chair that is tired of allowing its owner to sit upon it. It stops allowing the master to sit upon it and declare its defiance. It realizes that it has an existence of its own. It is not there to serve the master. It asserts its existence by making its master act as a chair, that is its own image, and sits upon him. Then it allows itself to be used as a chair again. I will show you some more works before we conclude this session. I will only introduce and explain, and will leave the interpretation of the works up to you. You will have to try and understand the works in relation not only to the philosophy of Plato, but also to the context of contemporary art practice. Bicycle Wheel by Marcel Duchamp is among the first sculptures which used found objects. Marcel Duchamp was a champion of Dadaism. Duchamp says about this work as follows: in 1913, I had the happy idea to fasten a bicycle wheel to a kitchen stool and watch it turn. When I put a bicycle wheel on a stool, the fork down, there was no idea of a ready-made or anything else. It was just a distraction. I didn't have any special reason to do it, or any intention of showing it, or describing anything. No, nothing like that. Ponder upon this statement by giving special importance to the word idea and reason and ready-made in context of Plato's theory. This is Pilgrim by Robert Rauschenberg in 1960s. This work is The Wrapped Chair by Christo, done in 1961. Shirt with Objects on a Chair by Klaus Oldenburg was created in 1962. This is Another Chair by Alan Jones in 1969. This is the work Shit on Your Hat, Head on a Chair by Bruce Newman, 1990. This is a video installation. We are seeing another work titled Formulation by Tony Craig in 2000. Now it is time we conclude this module. Till our next class, bye. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the session on Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences. Dr. Howard Gardner, a psychologist and professor of neuroscience from Harvard University, developed the theory of multiple intelligence, or MI, in 1983. The theory challenged traditional beliefs in the field of education and cognitive science. Unlike the established understanding of intelligence, people are born with a uniform cognitive capacity that can be easily measured by short answer tests. MI reconsiders our educational practice of the last century and provides an alternative. Howard Gardner, a life sketch. Howard Gardner was born in Scranton, Pennsylvania in 1943. In order to make a career in law, he joined Harvard University. However, he was lucky enough to have Erik Erikson as a tutor. In Harvard, in Gardner's words, Erikson probably sealed his ambition to be a scholar. He entered Harvard's doctoral program in 1966 and in the following year became the part of the Project Zero research team on arts. Howard Gardner completed his PhD in 1971. He remained at Harvard. Alongside his work with Project Zero, he was a lecturer and then professor in education. His first major work, The Shattered Mind, appeared in 1975 and some 15 have followed. Project Zero provided an environment in which Howard Gardner could begin to explore his interest in human cognition. He proceeded in a very difficult direction to the dominant discourses associated with Piaget and with psychometric testing. Project Zero developed as a major research center for education and provided an intellectual home for significant grouping of researchers. A key moment came with the establishment of the Project on Human Potential in the late 1970s to assess the state of scientific knowledge concerning human potential and its realization. In 1981, Gardner was awarded a MacArthur Prize Fellowship in support of Project Zero at Harvard University. An announcement of the award quoted Gardner as saying early in his career that he had been a committed Piagetian, but as he pursued his own studies, he came to view Piaget's theories as too narrow a notion of how the human mind works. He noted further that he did not believe there was one form of cognition which cuts across all human thinking. There are multiple intelligences with autonomous intelligence capacities. This statement heralded the writing of his book Frames of Mind, which was published in 1983. Gardner claimed the most previous conceptualizations of intelligence had been too narrowly based. He argued that evidence from several different sources pointed to the existence of several intelligences. According to Gardner, intelligence is much more than IQ because a high IQ in the absence of productivity does not equate to intelligence. In terms of his definition, intelligence is a biopsychological potential to process information that can be activated in a cultural setting to solve problems or create products that are of value in a culture. Consequently, instead of intelligence being a single entity described psychometrically with an IQ score, Gardner's definition views it as many things. He endeavored to define intelligence in a much broader way than did the psychometricians. To achieve this goal, Gardner establishes several criteria for defining intelligence. In identifying capabilities to be considered for one of the multiple intelligence, the construct under consideration had to meet 8 criteria rather than resting on the results of a narrow psychometric approach. To qualify as intelligence, the particular capacity under study was considered from multiple perspectives consisting of 8 specific criteria to consider candidate intelligences are: the potential for brain isolation by brain damage, its place in evaluation history, the presence of cooperation, susceptibility to encoding, a distinct developmental progression, the existence of idiot savants, prodigies and other exceptional people, support from experimental psychology and support from psychometric findings. From the above criteria, Gardner initially formulated a list of 7 intelligences. In 1999, he added naturalistic intelligence as the 8th. He has also considered inclusion of existential intelligence as a 9th intelligence in his theory. The first 2 have been typically valued in schools. The next 3 are usually associated with the arts. The next 2 are what Gardner calls personal intelligences, while the newly added final 2 are related to aesthetics and philosophical views of life. Types of multiple intelligences. Let us learn the 9 types of multiple intelligences developed by Gardner. 1. Verbal or linguistic intelligence. This area has to do with words spoken or written. People with verbal linguistic intelligence display a facility with words and languages. This type of human intelligence is responsible for all kinds of linguistic competence, abilities, talents and skills. It can be best broken down into components like syntax, semantics and pragmatics, as well as more school-oriented skills such as written or oral expression and understanding. This type of intelligence is most visible in professionals like lawyers, writers, lecturers, and a number of other professionals exploiting linguistic intelligence. They are typically good at reading, writing, telling stories, and memorizing words along with dates. They tend to learn best of reading, listening to lectures, taking notes via discussion and debate. They are also frequently skilled at explaining, teaching, and persuasive speaking. This intelligence is high in writers, lawyers, philosophers, journalists, politicians, and teachers. Skills include speaking, writing, listening, storytelling, explaining, teaching, using humor, understanding the syntax and meaning of words, remembering, convincing someone of their point of view, analyzing language use, flow and fluency of words, using appropriately words and language, etc. Possible career interests: poet, writer, teacher, lawyer, journalist, politician, translator, etc. Logical or mathematical intelligence. It consists of the capacity to reason deductively, analyze problems logically, carry out mathematical operations, and investigates issues scientifically. This intelligence is most often associated with scientific and mathematical thinking, while it is often assumed that those with this intelligence naturally excel in mathematics, chess, computer programming, and other logical or numerical activities. Many scientists, mathematicians, engineers, doctors, and economists function in this level of intelligence. In our military, the government has used this intelligence involved with the precision of finding enemy targets with mathematical calculations. Individuals with strong logical intelligence seek order, reason, scientifically identify a relationship like completing puzzles, excel at calculating numbers, analyze abstract ideas and manipulate function. Like linguistic intelligence, this is highly valued in the traditional classroom. Skills include problem solving, classifying, categorizing, find out the relationship, handling long chains of reason, doing controlled experiments, performing complex mathematical calculations, working with geometric shapes, interpreting and appreciating number patterns and combination, etc. Possible career interests are the following: engineers, scientists, computer programmers, researchers, accountants, mathematicians. 3. Visual or spatial intelligence. This type of intelligence is concerned with the abilities, talents and skills involving the representation and manipulation of spatial configuration and relationship. Many of us as adults make use of this kind of intelligence in the sphere of our work. For example, painters may be seen to demonstrate spatial intelligence through their use of space when applying pigments to canvas. This is also true of professionals like architects, engineers, land surveyors, mechanics, navigators, sculptors and chess players who are found to rely upon the spatial intelligence in their own way. Individuals with strong spatial intelligence exhibit heightened ability to assess information based on principles of design and aesthetic. They solve problems using spatial orientation, think in divergent ways, seeing the possibilities before engaging them in the physical world, and so sharp ability for creating, building, arranging and decorating. Skills include puzzle building, studying charts and graphs direction, sketching, painting, creating visual metaphors and analogies, manipulating images, constructing, designing, practically using objects and interpreting visual images. Careers are navigators, sculptors, visual artists, architects, engineers, interior designers and painters. 4. Bodily kinesthetic intelligence. This type of intelligence is concerned with the set of abilities, talents and skills involved in using one's body on its various parts to perform skillful and purposeful movement. It entails the potential of using one's whole body or parts of the body to solve problems. It is the ability to use mental abilities to coordinate bodily movements. Individuals with a strong kinesthetic intelligence internalize information through bodily sensation, respond quickly and intuitively to physical stimulus, demonstrates well-developed motor skills and strive to learn by doing. They may enjoy acting or performing, and in general they are good at building and making things. They often learn best by physically doing something rather than reading or hearing about it. They have a good sport sense and balance and eye-hand coordination. Skills include dancing, physical coordination, sports, hands-on experimentations, using body language, crafts, acting, miming, smooth and rhythmic movements, etc. Careers are the following: athletes, dancers, actors, physical education teachers, firefighters, circus artists, army men, etc. 5. Musical or rhythmic intelligence. This type of intelligence covers the abilities, talents and skills pertaining to one's capacity for pitch discrimination, sensitivity to rhythm, texture or timbre, ability to hear themes in music and in its most integrated forms, and the production of music through performance on composition. It is visible in a quite large proportion in professionals like musicians and composers. It involves skills in the performance, composition and appreciation of musical patterns. It encompasses the capacity to recognize and compose musical pitches, tones and rhythms. According to Gardner, musical intelligence runs in an almost structurally parallel to linguistic intelligence. Individuals with strong musical intelligence show heightened listening ability, seek patterns in new information, responds to rhythm in language, and use patterning to both internalize and recall skills, ideas, and concepts. Skills are the following: singing, composing music, whistling, playing instruments, recognizing tunes, remembering melodies, and listening music. Career are the following: singer, musician, composer, etc. Intrapersonal intelligence. This type of intelligence consists of an individual's abilities to enable him to know his self. It includes knowledge and understanding of one's own cognitive strengths, styles and mental functioning, as well as one's feeling, range of emotions and skills to utilize one's fund of knowledge in practical situations. In brief, intrapersonal intelligence helps an individual to understand his own self by providing an insight into his total behavior, what he feels, thinks or does. It is therefore said to be the most private of the intelligence that a person possesses on account of its secret and private nature. The access to this type of intelligence in an individual is available only through self-expression, that is language, musical, visual art and similar other forms. In Gardner's view, it involves having an effective working model of ourselves and to be able to use such information to regulate our lives. They are usually highly self-aware and capable of understanding their own emotions, motivations and goals. Skills include recognizing strength and weakness, desires and dreams, reflecting and analyzing themselves, awareness of inner feelings, evaluating their thinking patterns, reasoning with themselves and understanding their role in relation to others. Career interests, philosophers, researchers, theorists, religious workers, etc. 7. Interpersonal intelligence. It is concerned with the capacity to understand the intentions, motivations and desires of other people. It allows people to work effectively with others. Individuals with a strong interpersonal intelligence show heightened capacity to jointly complete tasks with others, willingness to offer and accept input, ability to persuade others, and awareness and concern for others, a skill for meaningfully relating to others, seek the support of a group, enjoy collaborative work and display a winning personality. The knowledge and understanding of others is a quality that needed for social interaction in one's day-to-day life. Individuals who possess this intelligence, Gardner believes, are able to work successfully with diverse people. Educators need a highly developed interpersonal intelligence as well as business people, counselors and leaders in religion and politics too. Skills include seeing things from another person's perspective, patient listening, empathizing, understanding others' moods and feelings, counseling, cooperating with groups, building trust, noticing people's motivations and intentions, communicating both verbally and non-verbally, arriving at peaceful resolution for conflicts and establishing positive relations with other people. Careers are the following: counselors, politicians, business persons, social workers, salespersons, volunteers of social service organizations, etc. 8. Naturalistic intelligence. It enables human beings to recognize, categorize and draw upon certain features of the environment. Students with a strong naturalist intelligence are intrinsically organized, demonstrate empathy with nature, like to make collections of materials, enjoy sorting and organizing materials, and respond to semantic mapping activities. This area has to do with nature, nurturing, and relating information to one's natural surroundings. This is the 8th type of intelligence added to the theory in 1999. This type of intelligence was not part of Gardner's original theory of MI. Those with it are said to have greater sensitivity to nature and their place within it, the ability to nurture and grow things, and greater is to caring for taming and interacting animals. They may also be able to understand changes in weather or similar fluctuations in the natural surroundings. They are also good at recognizing and classifying different species. Naturalists learn best when the subject involves collecting and analyzing or is closely related to something prominent in nature. They also don't enjoy learning unfamiliar or seemingly useless subjects with little or no connections to nature. Skills include closely observing all the natural phenomena in the immediate environment and later in distant places, internalizing all the salient attributes of various natural phenomena, constructing mental images of natural phenomena, identifying various plants, animals and other creatures, and classifying classes and categories. Careers are the following: agriculturist, botanist, gardener, geologist, archaeologist, organizer of nurseries for plants, pets, etc. 9. Existential intelligence. It is the ability to be sensitive to or have the capacity for conceptualizing or tackling deeper or larger questions about human existence, such as the meaning of life, why are we born, why do we die, what is consciousness, or how did we get here. It involves having a heightened capacity to appreciate and attend to the cosmological enigmas that define the human condition and exceptional awareness of the metaphysical, ontological and epistemological mysteries that have been a perennial concern for people of all cultures. Existential intelligence might be manifested in someone who is concerned with the fundamental questions about existence. Individuals who exhibit the productivity to pose and ponder questions about life, death and ultimate realities possess this intelligence. Skills include existential thinking, and careers are the following: philosopher, saints, etc. Evaluation of the theory. Howard Gardner's work around multiple intelligences has had a profound impact of thinking and practice in education. His theory has wide implications in the field of teaching and learning. For example, if you are teaching or learning about the law of supply and demand in economics, you might read about it, linguistic, study mathematical formulas that express it, logical, mathematical, examine a graphic chart that illustrates the principle, that is spatial, and then utilize all information into your teaching program. One of the interesting characteristics of Gardner's theoretical approach is that several of the intelligences are not specifically cognitive in nature. The concept of multiple intelligences can be quite useful in investigating specialized functions or clinical cases of mental dysfunctions. The major objection to the concept, however, is that an excessive importance is placed on the independence of these intelligences from one another and divides human beings on the basis of a new typology. In fact, the brain and indeed the human being act as a whole, and no one mental activity can be truly independent of another. Gardner's theory has also been criticized by many psychologists on several grounds. The fundamental criticism of this theory are the belief by scholars that each of the 9 multiple intelligences are in fact a cognitive style rather than a stand-alone construct. Hunt criticizes Gardner's theory on the ground that theory of multiple intelligences cannot even be evaluated by the canons of science until it is made specific enough to generate measurement models. M.W. Eysenck remarked that there are grounds for doubting that he has identified different intelligences rather than different abilities. As Sternberg and French pointed out, it seems strange to describe someone who is tone deaf or physically uncoordinated as unintelligent. As Sternberg and French pointed out, it seems strange to describe someone who is tone deaf or physically uncoordinated as unintelligent. Other criticism includes the notion that theory of multiple intelligence is not empirical, is incompatible with heritability and environmental influences, and broadens the construct of intelligence so widely as to render it meaningless. Gardner's multiple intelligence theory can be used for curriculum development, planning instruction, selection of course activities, and related assessment strategies. Instruction which is designed to help students develop their strengths can also trigger their confidence to develop areas in which they are not as strong. Students' multiple learning preferences can be addressed when instruction includes a range of meaningful and appropriate methods, activities, and assessment. However, we can conclude by following the conventions of Das that it can certainly be stated that the different types of intelligence included in Gardner's system of multiple intelligences is consistent with investigations of distinct talents and skills in individuals. Let us summarize what we have discussed so far. The chapter provides a detailed analysis of the concept of multiple intelligences enunciated by Howard Gardner. The theory suggests the traditional notion of intelligence based on IQ testing is far too limited. Instead, he proposed 9 different intelligences to account for a broader range of human potential in children and adults. He proposes that people use 7 or 9 relatively autonomous intellectual capacities to approach problems and create products. These include linguistic, musical, logical, mathematical, spatial, bodily kinesthetic, interpersonal, intrapersonal, naturalistic and existential intelligences. Each of them is discussed in detail. A critical evaluation of the theory is also highlighted in this chapter. Now we can try to answer the questions given here. Critically examine Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences. Evaluate the importance of Gardner's approach in the explanation of intelligence. Explain the 8 specific criteria for the formulation of multiple intelligences. What is existential intelligence? Describe. What are the educational implications of Gardner's theory? Hope that you may go through these reference books for further understanding. Human Intelligence, Its Nature and Assessment by H.J. Butcher, Nathan, London, India, 1968. Frames of Mind, The Theory of Multiple Intelligences, Howard Gardner, Basic Books, New York, India, 1983. Educational Psychology by J. H. Savre and C. Telford, Prentice Hall of India, New Delhi, India, 1964.
അവിടെ അവിടെ
നിൽക്കുന്നൊരു കഥ പറഞ്ഞുതരാം. ഒരു ചൈനീസ് നാടോടി കഥ. ഒരു കുട്ടി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ അത്ര പ്രായമുള്ള കുട്ടിയല്ലേ. അപ്പൊ അവന് അച്ഛനില്ല, അച്ഛൻ മരിച്ചുപോയി. അമ്മയുണ്ട്. അമ്മയ്ക്ക് പെട്ടെന്ന് ഒരു ദിവസം നല്ലൊരു അസുഖം വന്നു, ഭയങ്കര ഭീകരമായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു അസുഖം. അപ്പൊ ഇത് വൈദ്യരെ കാണിച്ചു. വൈദ്യനെ കാണിച്ചപ്പോ വൈദ്യൻ പറഞ്ഞു, ഈ അസുഖം മാറണമെങ്കിൽ, ഒരു മാറാരോഗം ഭയങ്കര ഭീകരമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു രോഗമാണ്, അപ്പൊ അത് മാറണമെങ്കിൽ മുളയുടെ കൂമ്പുകൾ കൊണ്ട് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സൂപ്പ് കുടിച്ചാലേ മാറുള്ളൂ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പൊ ഈ കുട്ടി എന്ത് ചെയ്തു? കുട്ടി ഒറ്റയ്ക്കല്ലേ, പാവം ആ കൂട്ടുകാരൻ ഒരുപാട് സ്ഥലത്ത് തെരഞ്ഞു, കാടൊക്കെ അലഞ്ഞു, പക്ഷെ കിട്ടിയില്ല. അവസാനം എന്ത് കിട്ടാണ്ട് വന്നു, അമ്മയെ നഷ്ടപ്പെടും എന്നുള്ളതിലാണല്ലോ. ആ കുട്ടി അവൻ നിന്ന് കരഞ്ഞിട്ട് അവന്റെ കണ്ണുനീർത്തുള്ളി ഭൂമിയിൽ വീണിട്ട് അവിടുന്ന് പുതിയ മുളകൾ ഉണ്ടായി. ആ മുളകളിൽ നിന്നുണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ള മുളങ്കൂമ്പുകൾ പറിച്ചിട്ട്, അതായത് വെട്ടിയെടുത്തിട്ട് ആ കുട്ടി സൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി, എന്നിട്ട് അമ്മയ്ക്ക് കൊടുത്തു. അസുഖം ഭേദാവുകയും ചെയ്തു. ഇതാണ് കഥ. എങ്ങനെയുണ്ട്? പൊളിച്ചല്ലേ? സാധ്യമായ ഇടങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ മുളന്തൈകള് നട്ടുപിടിപ്പിക്കാനാണ് ഞാൻ ശ്രമിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിലൂടെ ഞാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് മുളയുടെ പ്രചരണമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതിന്റെ ഒരു തുടക്കമായിട്ട് ഞാൻ ആദ്യം ചെയ്തത് എന്താ വെച്ചാല്, 2017 എന്റെ പിറന്നാൾ മുതൽ 2018 എന്റെ പിറന്നാൾ വരെ, ജൂലൈ 27-ാം തീയതിയാണ് എന്റെ പിറന്നാള്. അപ്പോൾ 2017 മുതൽ 2018 ഓരോ വർഷത്തിനിടയില് 1001 മുളന്തൈകള് വിവിധ ഇടങ്ങളിലായിട്ട് ഞാൻ നട്ടുപിടിപ്പിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അതിന്റെ ഒരു തുടർച്ച എന്ന നിലയിലാണ് പുതിയൊരു പ്രോജക്റ്റ് ചെയ്തത്. അത് മുളപ്പച്ച എന്ന ഒരു പ്രൊജക്ട്. വീട്ടിലൊരു മുള, അതാണ് അതിന്റെ ഒരു കൺസെപ്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ഒരു വീട്ടിലൊരു മുളയെങ്കിലും അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ടാവണം എന്നുള്ളതാണ് അതിലൂടെ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്. ഞാൻ നൈന ഫെബിൻ, ഇവിടെ നമ്മുടെ പാലക്കാട് ജില്ലയിലെ പട്ടാമ്പിക്കടുത്ത് ഒപ്പത്ത് നിന്നാണ് വരുന്നത്. ഞാൻ ഇന്ന് എന്റെ ചില ചിന്തകളും ആശയങ്ങളും ഒക്കെ കൂട്ടുകാരുടെ അടുത്ത് പങ്കുവയ്ക്കാം കേട്ടോ. അപ്പൊ എല്ലാവരും റെഡിയല്ലേ? കലകൾക്ക് ജാതിയും മതവും ഒന്നും ഇല്ല എന്നുള്ളൊരു സന്ദേശവുമായിട്ട് കേരളത്തിലുടനീളം ഇങ്ങനെ കൊട്ടിയും പാടിയും ആടിയും ഒക്കെ നടക്കലാണ് എന്റെ ഒരു പാഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ അതിന് എന്നോടൊപ്പം നിൽക്കുന്നത് ജാതിയുടെയോ മതത്തിന്റെയോ രക്തബന്ധങ്ങളുടെയോ ഒന്നും അവകാശവാദങ്ങൾ ഏതുമില്ലാത്ത ഒരുപാട് പച്ചയായിട്ടുള്ള മനുഷ്യരാണ്. അവർ തന്നെയാണ് എന്റെ ഊർജവും. പിന്നെ അതിനോടൊപ്പം പ്രകൃതിക്ക് ഒരു കുഞ്ഞു കൈത്താങ്ങാവാനും ഞാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതിന് ഏറെ പ്രിയമുള്ള മുളയെ തന്നെയാണ് ഞാൻ കൂട്ടുപിടിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. മുളയുടെ തോഴി എന്ന് അറിയപ്പെടാനാണ് എനിക്ക് ആഗ്രഹം. കൂട്ടുകാർ എവിടെയല്ലേ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുന്നത്? ആകർഷിച്ചൊരു കാര്യം എന്താ വെച്ചാല്, നമ്മളിപ്പോ കൂട്ടുകാർ പറഞ്ഞു ഒറ്റയ്ക്കല്ല വളരുന്നത്, ഒരു കൂട്ടമായിട്ടാണ് വളരുന്നതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു അല്ലെ. അതിൽ നിന്ന് നമ്മളൊരു പാഠം പഠിക്കണം. നമ്മൾ ഒരിക്കലും ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് വളരുന്നില്ല, ഒരു കൂട്ടായിട്ടാണ് വളരുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ അതുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ പഠിക്കേണ്ടത് ഞാൻ എന്നുള്ള ചിന്തയിൽ നിന്ന് നമ്മൾ എന്ന ചിന്തയിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ മാറണം. അപ്പോ അത്തരം ഒരു ചിന്താഗതിയിലേക്ക് മാറിയിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതിനർത്ഥം എന്താണെന്നറിയോ? നമ്മൾ നല്ല മനുഷ്യനായി എന്നാണ് അതിനർത്ഥം. അങ്ങനെ നല്ല മനുഷ്യനായിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഒരിക്കലും നമുക്ക് മറ്റുള്ളവരുടെ ദാരിദ്ര്യമോ ദുഃഖമോ വിശപ്പോ ദാഹമോ ഒന്നും നമുക്ക് കണ്ടില്ലാന്ന് നടിക്കാനാവില്ല. വിശക്കുന്നവനെയൊന്നും തല്ലിക്കൊല്ലാനാവില്ല. ജാതിയുടെയും മതത്തിന്റെയൊന്നും പേരിൽ നമ്മൾക്ക് കലഹിക്കാനാവില്ല. അപ്പൊ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു വന്നത്, നമ്മൾ നല്ല മനുഷ്യനായി സമൂഹത്തിൽ നല്ല സഹജീവി സ്നേഹമുള്ള നല്ല മനുഷ്യന്മാരായി നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹത്തിൽ നമ്മൾ ഇടപെടണം എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാലയത്തിൽ ഒരു മുള ഉദ്യാനം നമ്മൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പോവാണ്. അതിൽ കുറച്ച് മുളകൾ നമ്മളിവിടെ കൊന്നു വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അതൊക്കെ നന്നായിട്ട് കൂട്ടുകാർ നോക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ മറ്റൊരു ദിവസം വീണ്ടും വന്ന് നമുക്ക് അടുത്തൊരു ബാമ്പു ഉദ്യാനം നമ്മൾ ഇവിടെ എവിടെയെങ്കിലൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് ഉണ്ടാക്കുകയും ചെയ്യാം. അപ്പൊ നമുക്കൊരു ചെറിയ നമ്മുടെ ഭൂമിയെ വാഴ്ത്തിക്കൊണ്ട്, പൂക്കളെ വാഴ്ത്തിക്കൊണ്ട്, മുളകളെ വാഴ്ത്തിക്കൊണ്ടൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് ഒരു പാട്ട് പാടിയിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ഇന്നത്തെ പരിപാടി നമുക്ക് വൈൻഡപ്പ് ചെയ്യാം. ഓക്കെ? യുവാനുള്ള ബോധമുണ്ടാകണേ. ജീവജാലങ്ങളാകെ ജന്മബന്ധുവായിടണേ. ജാതിഭേദങ്ങളെന്ന ശാപമോ ദൂരെ മനസ്സിലെഴുതേണമേ. ഓരോ വിദ്യാലയങ്ങളിലും ഓരോ ബാംബു കോർണറുകൾ നമ്മൾ നിർമ്മിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അതിലൂടെ എന്താ വെച്ചാ പൊതുയിടങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഇല്ലാതായിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഒരു ബാംബു കോർണർ ഓരോ വിദ്യാലയത്തിലും ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവിടുത്തെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾക്ക് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവിടുത്തെ കൂട്ടുകാർക്ക് അവരുടെ ആശയങ്ങൾ പങ്കുവെക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടും തല്ലുകൂടാനും ഒരുമിച്ചിരിക്കാനും പുസ്തകങ്ങൾ വായിക്കാനും ചർച്ചകൾ ചെയ്യാനും ഒക്കെ ഉള്ള ഒരു ഇടമായിട്ട് ഞാൻ കണക്കാക്കിക്കൊണ്ട് അതിലൂടെ തന്നെ എന്റെ മോളെ അവിടെയും ഓരോ വിദ്യാലയങ്ങളിലും എത്തിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അങ്ങനെ ഓരോ പരിപാടികളും ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്.
നൈന സജൻ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു കുട്ടി തന്നെയാണ്.
വളരെ മാതൃകാപരമായിട്ടുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളാണ് ആ കുട്ടി ഇപ്പോൾ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. മുള വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കൽ ഒരു ജീവിത വ്രതമായിട്ട് എടുക്കണം എന്നുള്ള വലിയൊരു കാര്യമാണ്. നമുക്കറിയാം, മുള ഒരു വന്യ ജനുസാണ്. അതിനൊരു വളവും ആവശ്യമില്ല, രാസവളം ആവശ്യമില്ല, കീടനാശിനി ആവശ്യമില്ല. വളരെ വന്യമായിട്ട് ഏത് കാട്ടിലും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഏത് പ്രദേശത്തും പാറപ്പുറത്തും കൂടി ഉണ്ടാകാൻ പറ്റുന്ന അത്ര ശക്തമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ജനുസാണ് ഈ മുള വർഗത്തിൽ പെട്ടത്. വെള്ളം വലിച്ചെടുക്കാനും വളരെ കുറച്ച് വെള്ളം അതിന് ആവശ്യമുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ ആ രീതിയിൽ പ്രകൃതി സംരക്ഷണ സസ്യം കൂടിയാണ് എന്ന് വേണമെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് പറയാം. അടുത്ത കാലത്ത് വന്ന പ്രളയം വലിയൊരു ഭീഷണമായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമാണല്ലോ. മണ്ണ് ഒലിച്ചെടുപ്പ് പോലും മണ്ണൊലിപ്പ് തടയാൻ പറ്റുന്ന വേരുകളാണ് ഈ മുളയുടെ നാരുവേര് പഠനം എന്നുള്ളത് നമുക്ക് അറിയാം. ഓക്സിജൻ ധാരാളം പുറത്തുവിടുന്നു, കാർബൺ ഡൈ ഓക്സൈഡ് ധാരാളം വലിച്ചെടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു ചെടിയാണ് മുള എന്ന് നമുക്ക് അറിയാം. പുഴയിലൊക്കെ തീരങ്ങളിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ തോടിൻ്റെ തീരങ്ങളിൽ ഒക്കെ ഇത് വെച്ച് പിടിപ്പിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിലും പുഴ സംരക്ഷണം എന്ന പ്രവർത്തനം കൂടി അതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നടക്കും. കൊടുങ്കാറ്റ് പോലും മുളയുടെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത, ഇലാസ്റ്റിക്കാണ് മുളയുടെ ചെടി, മുളയുടെ തണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളത് നമുക്കറിയാം. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് കൊടുങ്കാറ്റുകളെ പോലും ചെറുത്ത് നിൽക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു രീതി മുള സസ്യത്തിന് ഇവിടെ നല്ല വലിയൊരു
ബാംബു വാക്ക് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളൊരു പരിപാടി ഉണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങള് കൂട്ടുകാരൊക്കെ കൂടിയിട്ട് നാട്ടിൻപുറങ്ങളിലൂടെ ഇങ്ങനെ നടക്കാറാണ് പതിവ്. എന്താ വെച്ചാല് പുതിയ മുളകളെ പറ്റിയിട്ട് അറിയാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട്, പുതിയ മുളകളല്ല, നമ്മുടെ പലതരത്തിലുള്ള മുളകളെ പരിചയപ്പെടുത്താനും ഒക്കെ ആയിട്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ഇവർ നടക്കുന്നത്. അതായത് മുളയെ തൊട്ടറിയാനും കണ്ടറിയാനും ഒക്കെയാണ് ഈ ഒരു നടപ്പെന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ നമ്മള് മുളകളുമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരുപാട് തൊഴിലുകൾ, ഈ കൊട്ടാവട്ടി അതൊക്കെ പിന്നെ സാധനങ്ങളും അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ ആ നടത്തങ്ങളിലൂടെ ഞങ്ങൾ കാണാറുണ്ട്. അതുതന്നെയാണ് അതിന്റെ ഒരു സന്തോഷം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്.
മുള വളരെ സുലഭമായി കണ്ടുകൊണ്ടിരുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമായിരുന്നു. അത് കൊട്ടയായിട്ടും മുറമായിട്ടും അങ്ങനെ എല്ലാ തരത്തിലും നമ്മുടെ വീടുകളിൽ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ ഇത് പിന്നീടൊക്കെ അപ്രത്യക്ഷമായി പോയി. ഇത് അപ്രത്യക്ഷമായി പോയതിൻ്റെ കൂടെ നമ്മൾ കാണേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യം എന്താ വെച്ചാൽ, ഇതുമായിട്ട് ഉപജീവന മാർഗങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തിരുന്ന കുറേ കാര്യങ്ങളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അത് കൂട്ടം കൂടി ഇരിക്കുക, ആ ഒപ്പം തന്നെ ഇരുന്നിട്ട് കൊട്ട മുറമൊക്കെ നെയ്യുക, പാട്ട് പാടുന്ന അതേ സമയത്ത് തന്നെ മുള കൊണ്ടുള്ള സ്ഥലത്ത് ഇരുന്നിട്ട് ഭക്ഷണങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാക്കുക. ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു ദളിത് സമൂഹമായിരുന്നു ഇതെല്ലാം ചെയ്തു വന്നിരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ദളിത് സമൂഹത്തെ നമ്മൾ എത്രത്തോളം മാറ്റി നിർത്തപ്പെടാൻ ശ്രമിച്ചുവോ അതേപോലെ തന്നെ ഇതും മുളയും മാറ്റി നിർത്തപ്പെട്ടു എന്നുള്ളതാണ് നമ്മളെ പരിഷ്കൃത സമൂഹം ചെയ്ത ഏറ്റവും വലിയ മണ്ടത്തരം.
ചെമ്പകപ്പൂമേനിയാണ് ചന്ദനത്തളിയിലോ ചന്ദ്രോദയത്തിന്റെ കാന്തിയാണ് അവൾ ചാരുത്ത താരുണ്യ രാഗമാണ്. ചെമ്പകപ്പൂമേനിയാണ് ചന്ദനത്തളിയിലോ ചന്ദ്രോദയത്തിന്റെ കാന്തിയാണ് അവൾ ചാരുത്ത താരുണ്യ രാഗമാണ്. അന്നൊരു നാളിൽ Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. ചെറുപ്പം തൊട്ട് തന്നെ പാട്ട്, ഡാൻസ്, കൊട്ട് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഞാൻ അവരുടെ കൂടെ, അതായത് ഈ പാട്ടിന്റെ ഡാൻസിന്റെയും കൊട്ടിന്റെ ഒക്കെ കൂടെ ഞാൻ ചെറുപ്പം മുതലേ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. എനിക്ക് അതിനോട് ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് ഇഷ്ടമുണ്ട്. അതിനോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ആ ഒരു വഴിയിലാണ് എനിക്ക് എന്താ പറയുക, അതുമായിട്ട് നടക്കുന്ന ഈ ടൈമിലൊക്കെ തന്നെയാണ് എനിക്ക് മുളകളോടും ഈ താല്പര്യം തോന്നുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ മുള സംരക്ഷണത്തിനായിട്ട് പിന്നെ ഞാൻ അതിനെയും ഈ പാട്ടിനെയും ഡാൻസിനെയും കൊട്ടിനെയും ഒക്കെ ഞാൻ കൂടെ കൂട്ടാൻ തുടങ്ങി. എന്താ വെച്ചാല് ഇപ്പൊ ഒച്ചാദ ബാംബു സീൻസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളൊരു മ്യൂസിക് ബാൻഡ് ഉണ്ട് എനിക്ക് തന്നെ. അപ്പൊ അത് എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ മുള സംരക്ഷണത്തിനായിട്ട് ബാംബു മ്യൂസിക്കും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നാടൻ പാട്ടുകളും ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ കാരണം വെച്ചാല് നമ്മൾ വെറുതെ നിന്ന് അവിടെ ചെന്നിട്ട് ഞാൻ ഇതാണ് പറയാന് നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ മനസ്സിലാക്കണമെന്നും പറഞ്ഞ ആളുകൾ അത് ഏറ്റെടുക്കില്ല, ഉൾക്കൊള്ളില്ല. പക്ഷെ മറിച്ച് നമ്മളൊരു പാട്ട് പാടുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 2 സാധനങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ മുള വെച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെന്റ്സിൽ ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ആളുകൾ ഇത് കേൾക്കും. അപ്പൊ അതിലൂടെ എനിക്ക് നൈസായിട്ട് എന്താണ് ഞാൻ പറയാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് ആളുകളിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കാൻ എനിക്ക് സാധിക്കും. അപ്പൊ ആ ഒരു ഇതിലാണ് ഞാൻ അത് യൂസ് ചെയ്തത്. അപ്പൊ മുള പ്രകൃതിയും ജീവതാളവും എന്നുള്ളൊരു കൺസെപ്റ്റാണ് ഞാൻ മനസ്സിൽ വെച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്. അതാണ് ഞാൻ ആളുകളിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കുന്നത്. മുളകളെ പോലെ തന്നെ പാർശ്വവൽക്കരിക്കപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കലാരൂപമാണ് നമ്മളെ നാടൻ പാട്ടുകൾ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഫോക്ക് കൾച്ചർ ഇല്ലാതായിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഈ മുളയുടെ കൂടെ തന്നെ ഈ നാടൻ പാട്ടുകളും കൂടി ഞാൻ ഇതിനോട് ആഡ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ അതും നമുക്ക് ആളുകളിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കും. പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഈ നാടൻ പാട്ടുകളെ നമുക്ക് ആളുകളിലേക്ക് അതിന്റെ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻസ് എന്തായിരുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് നമുക്ക് എത്തിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കും. അപ്പൊ രണ്ടും കൂടി ക്ലബ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഞാൻ ആളുകളിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണ് ഞാൻ ഈ ബാൻഡ് മ്യൂസിക്കിലൂടെയും നാടൻ പാട്ടുകളിലൂടെയും. നമ്മള് ഇന്ന് കുറച്ച് മുള വർത്താനങ്ങളും പാട്ടുകളൊക്കെ ആയിട്ടാണ് ഇപ്പൊ വന്നിട്ടുള്ളത്. അറിയാം മുളകളെ പറ്റിയിട്ട് ഞാൻ എന്താണ് പറയാന്നുള്ളത് നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം. ഞാൻ സ്ഥിരം പറയുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ തന്നെയാണല്ലേ. പക്ഷെ എന്നാലും നമുക്ക് ഇന്ന് കുറച്ചൊന്ന് ഉഷാറാക്കാന്ന് വിചാരിക്കുന്നു. എല്ലാരും തയ്യാറായിട്ടല്ലേ നിൽക്കുന്നത്? മറ്റുള്ള സസ്യങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നൊക്കെ മെച്ചമായിട്ട് മറ്റുള്ള സസ്യങ്ങൾ നമുക്ക് തരുന്നതിലും 35% ഓക്സിജൻ, അതായത് മറ്റുള്ള സസ്യങ്ങളിൽ തരുന്നതിനേക്കാൾ 35% ഓക്സിജൻ നമുക്ക് മുള തരുന്നുണ്ട്. മുഴുവൻ മുളകളാണ്. നമ്മുടെ ജീവിതം തന്നെ പണ്ട് കാലത്ത് ജീവിതം തന്നെ മുളകളെ അടിസ്ഥാനമാക്കിയിട്ടായിരുന്നു, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതിനെ ഡിപ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടായിരുന്നു അവരുടെ പണ്ട് കാലത്ത് ആളുകളുടെ ജീവിതം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അത് ഭക്ഷണമായിക്കോട്ടെ, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ പാർപ്പിടമായിക്കോട്ടെ, എന്തു തന്നെ ആയാലും, ജോലിയായാലും, കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾക്ക് കളിക്കാനുള്ള കളിപ്പാട്ടങ്ങളായിട്ട് വരെ നമ്മുടെ മുളകൾ മാറിയിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മളെ ആളുകൾ മൊത്തം മുളയിൽ നിന്ന് വിട്ടു, പ്രകൃതിയിൽ നിന്നാകുന്നു. അതിന്റെയൊക്കെ സൈഡ് എഫക്റ്റ് ഒക്കെ നമ്മൾ കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പൊ പ്രളയമായിട്ടും മറ്റേ സുനാമി ആയിട്ടും ഇങ്ങനെ ഓരോ കൊടുങ്കാറ്റുകളായിട്ടും ഒക്കെ നമ്മൾ അതിനെ ഇപ്പൊ അറിയണമുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ പണ്ട് കാലത്ത് മുഴുവൻ നമ്മുടെ മുളകളുമായിട്ട് റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിരുന്നു നമ്മുടെ ജീവിതം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ ഇന്ന് നമ്മൾ അതിലേക്ക് തന്നെ മുളകളിലേക്ക് തന്നെ തിരിച്ചെത്തേണ്ടത് അത്യാവശ്യം തന്നെയാണ് എന്നാണ് പറയാനുള്ളത്.
ഈ ഭാഗങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ ചെറുപ്പങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങളൊക്കെ ചെറുപ്പങ്ങളിൽ വ്യാപകമായിട്ട് മുളങ്കൂട്ടങ്ങൾ പടർന്നു പന്തലിച്ച് നിൽക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. തൊടികളുടെ എല്ലാ അതിരുകളിലും നമുക്ക് ധാരാളമായിട്ട് മുളകളെ കാണാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഇങ്ങനെ തമാശയിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ കൂടിയിരിക്കുമ്പോഴൊക്കെ തന്നെ പറയും, നമ്മളൊക്കെ വീടുകളിലൊക്കെ തൊടികളൊക്കെ അതിരുകൾ മുളകളാൽ സമ്പന്നമായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ആ മുളകളിലൂടെയായിരുന്നു തൊടികളൊക്കെ ശ്വാസം വിട്ടിരുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളത്. അത്രയ്ക്ക് സമ്പുഷ്ടമായൊരു കാല. ഇതൊക്കെ ഇങ്ങനെ കണ്ടും പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്ന കൂട്ടത്തിലേക്കാണ് ഉണ്ണി ഇങ്ങനെ വളർന്നു വരുന്നത്. ഒപ്പം തന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ മുളയുടെ സാധ്യതകളെ ചിന്തിച്ചിട്ട് ഞങ്ങളൊരു സംഗീത ബാൻഡ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി. അങ്ങനൊരു എത്രത്തോളം മുളയെ സംഗീതാത്മകമായിട്ട് ചിന്തിക്കാം എന്നുള്ളതിനെ അടിസ്ഥാനപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു മ്യൂസിക് ട്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയത്, ഒച്ച എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട്. അപ്പൊ ആ സമയത്തൊക്കെ ഉണ്ണി ചെറിയ കുട്ടിയാ. അപ്പൊ അവള് ഇതെന്താണ് ഏതാന്ന് അവള് ഒരു തരത്തിലും സ്വൈര്യം തരാതെ ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. ഇത് ഏത് മുളയാണ് എടുക്കുക, അത് ഏത് സമയത്ത് വെട്ടാം, എങ്ങനെ വെട്ടാം ഒക്കെ. അപ്പൊ പിന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ മുള വെട്ടാൻ പോകുമ്പോൾ, മുള കാണിക്കാൻ പോകുമ്പോഴൊക്കെ ഇവളെ കൂട്ടാൻ തുടങ്ങി. പിന്നീട് ഞങ്ങളെക്കാൾ കൂടുതൽ താല്പര്യം ഇവൾക്ക് മുള കാണേണ്ടി വരാൻ തുടങ്ങുന്നതോടുകൂടി ഇവളായി പിന്നെ മുളയെ പറ്റിയുള്ള അന്വേഷണങ്ങൾ. അങ്ങനെ അവളുടെ താല്പര്യത്തിന് വേണ്ടി പിന്നീട് ഞങ്ങൾ ജീവിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളൊരു അവസ്ഥയിലേക്കാണ് ഇപ്പൊ വരുന്നത്. ഇപ്പൊ അവൾക്ക് എല്ലാം കിട്ടുന്നു. ഞങ്ങളെ ബാൻഡിന്റെ എല്ലാ തരത്തിലുള്ള പരിപാടികളും അവൾ അതിൽ കിട്ടുന്ന എല്ലാ വരുമാനങ്ങളും അവൾ അവളുടെ മുളയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടി മാത്രം മാറ്റി വയ്ക്കുകയാണ്. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ആശയം കൂടി അവളാണ് ഞങ്ങളിലേക്ക് തരുന്നത്.
കാട്ടില് മുള കൂട്ടമായി നിൽക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് വ്യത്യസ്തമായിട്ടുള്ള മുളകൾ കൂടി ഉരസുമ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന ഭംഗിയുള്ള ശബ്ദങ്ങളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ചില മുളയ്ക്ക് വണ്ടുകൾ വന്നിട്ട് ചില സ്ഥലത്തൊക്കെ ഹോളുകളിടും. ഈ ഹോളുകൾ ഇടുന്ന അവിടെ വ്യത്യസ്തമായിട്ട് കാറ്റ് വരുന്ന നമുക്ക് ശബ്ദത്തിന് മാറ്റം വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ മുളയുടെ ഹോളിൽ കൂടെ വെള്ളം ഇറങ്ങി കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ താളത്തിന് മാറ്റം വരും. അപ്പോൾ അത് വേറൊരു ശബ്ദം ഉണ്ടാകുന്നു. ഞങ്ങൾ മുള മുറിക്കുമ്പോൾ കനമുള്ള കത്തി കൊണ്ട് കട്ട് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ മുളയ്ക്ക് വേറെ ശബ്ദം ഉണ്ടാകും. ചെറിയ കത്തി കൊണ്ട് അത് ഉപയോഗിക്കുമ്പോൾ ചെറിയ ശബ്ദങ്ങളുണ്ടാകും. മുറിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ള ശബ്ദങ്ങൾ ഇതിന് ബേസായിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇത് രണ്ടും കൂട്ടി സമന്വയിച്ചിട്ട് ഞാൻ തന്നെ കുറേ വാദ്യങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട് മുള കൊണ്ട്. അതിൻ്റെ ശബ്ദങ്ങൾ ക്രമീകരിച്ച് കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ടാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ ഒരു ബാമ്പു ഓർക്കസ്ട്ര തന്നെ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു മുള കുറ്റിയിൽ കുറച്ച് ആണികൾ സിക്സാഗായിട്ട് അടിച്ചിട്ട് അതിൽ കുറച്ച് നവധാന്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഇട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ തിരിച്ച് മറിച്ച് പിടിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ശരിക്കും നല്ല മഴ പെയ്യുന്ന ശബ്ദം ഉണ്ടാകും. ഇതിന് ഞങ്ങൾ തന്നെ പേരിട്ടു മഴമൂളി. ഇങ്ങനെയാണോ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നത്, അതിൻ്റെ ശബ്ദവും ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന രീതിയൊക്കെ കണ്ടിട്ട് അതിന് ഞങ്ങൾ തന്നത്തെ പേരുകളൊക്കെയാണ് ഇത് ഞങ്ങൾ ഇതിലിപ്പോൾ കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നിട്ടുള്ളത്.
മുളകൾ കൊണ്ട് ഉള്ള വാദ്യങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത് ഞങ്ങൾ ഏറ്റെടുത്തപ്പോൾ ഒരുപാട് വെല്ലുവിളികൾ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഞങ്ങൾക്കൊരു കൃത്യമായ മാതൃകകൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. എങ്ങനെയാണ് മുള കൊണ്ട് വാദ്യങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കേണ്ടത്, അത് എത്രത്തോളം സക്സസ് ആവുമെന്നൊന്നും ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. എന്നിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ വളരെ ആ ചലഞ്ച് ഏറ്റെടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ മുളകൾ പോയി കാണുകയും അന്ന് കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് അതിനെ ട്രീറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് ചില വാദ്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാക്കി ഞങ്ങൾ പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് ഒക്കെ അവതരിപ്പിച്ച് വരിക തന്നെയായിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ അത്യാവശ്യം കുറച്ച് ഉപകരണങ്ങളൊക്കെ വെച്ച് അവള് ചെല്ലുന്ന ഇടങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ ഈ വാദ്യങ്ങളെ കൂടി പരിചയപ്പെടുത്തി ഇങ്ങനെയും ഒരു സംഗീതത്തിന്റെ ആസ്പെക്ട് കൂടി മുളയ്ക്കുണ്ട് എന്ന ആളുകളെ ബോധിപ്പിക്കുകയും മുളയുടെ പ്രചരണം ശക്തമാക്കുകയും ചെയ്തത്.
തിനന്താരേ തന്നപ്പന്താരേ തെയ്താ തിനന്താരേ തന്നപ്പന്താരേ തെയ്താ തുടിയും തോടിക്കോലും നാടറങ്ങമേ തെയ്താ തുടിയും തോടിക്കോലും നാടറങ്ങമേ തെയ്താ പറയും പാറക്കോലും നാടറങ്ങമേ തെയ്താ പറയും പാറക്കോലും നാടറങ്ങമേ തെയ്താ അങ്ങനെ വന്നൊരു ചൊഴികളാണടോ പണ്ടരച്ചൊഴി പടച്ചൊഴുള്ള അങ്ങനെ വന്നൊരു ചൊഴികളാണടോ പണ്ടരച്ചൊഴി പടച്ചൊഴുള്ള സ്ഥാനമില്ല പിന്നെ ധർമ്മമില്ല അങ്ങനെ പാടി നടക്കണ ചൊഴികള് സ്ഥാനമില്ല പിന്നെ ധർമ്മമില്ല അങ്ങനെ പാടി നടക്കണ ചൊഴികള് മുല്ലക്കിളമട നടയി കളിച്ചപ്പോ സ്ഥാനമുണ്ട് പിന്നെ ധർമ്മമുണ്ട് കാണട്ടെ നല്ല ചൊഴി കളിയോ തെയ്താ കാണട്ടെ കാണട്ടെ നല്ല ചൊഴി കളിയോ തെയ്ത കാണട്ടെ കാണട്ടെ നല്ല വിശി കളിയോ തെയ്ത കാണട്ടെ കാണട്ടെ നല്ല വിശി കളിയോ തെയ്ത കക്കയെ പോലെ പറന്ന് കളിക്കടോ പന്തിനെ പോലൊന്ന് പറന്ന് കളി.
മോഹിനിയാട്ടം എന്നുള്ളത് കേരളത്തിന്റെ തനത് നൃത്തരൂപമാണ്. വളരെ ലാസ്യരസപ്രധാനമായതാണ്. ഇതേപോലെ തന്നെ സസ്യങ്ങളിലെ ലാസ്യ ഗുണമുള്ള ലാസ്യരസപ്രധാനമായി നൃത്തം വയ്ക്കുന്ന ഒരു സസ്യമാണ് മുള എന്ന് പറയാം. കാരണം മുള വളരെ ചായലും ചെരിയലും കുനിയലിലും ഒക്കെ അതേ സ്വഭാവം കാണിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അത്ര ലാസ്യമാണ് മുള. ഇങ്ങനെയൊക്കെയാണ് നമ്മളെ നാട്യരൂപങ്ങളിൽ പ്രകൃതിയെ എത്രമേൽ ഇടപെട്ടിരിക്കുന്നു എന്നൊക്കെ ഇത്തരം കലാരൂപങ്ങളെ സൂക്ഷ്മമായിട്ട് ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചാൽ മനസ്സിലാക്കും. മുളയുടെ താളവും മോഹിനിയാട്ടത്തിന്റെ ചുവടുകളും ഒരേപോലെയാണെന്ന് വളരെയധികം സൂക്ഷ്മമായിട്ട് ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചാൽ നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവും.
ഞാൻ ആദിത്യമർത്ത കാൽപ്പാടുകൾ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു പുസ്തകം എഴുതിയിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അത് നാടൻ കലാപഠനങ്ങളാണ്. ഇപ്പൊ ഞാൻ മറ്റൊരു പുസ്തകത്തിന്റെ പണിപ്പുരയിലാണ്. എന്താ വെച്ചാല് മുളകള് നമ്മുടെ സംസ്കാരം തന്നെ ആയിരുന്നു. നമുക്കൊന്ന് പഴമകളിലേക്ക് തിരിഞ്ഞൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ പറ്റും. കൊട്ടയായും ഭക്തിയായും ആഘോഷങ്ങളായും അനുഷ്ഠാനങ്ങളായും ആചാരങ്ങളായും എല്ലാം മുളകളായിരുന്നു. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഒരുപാട് മുളം പാട്ടുകൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, മുള കഥകൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, അറിവുകൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ ഇന്ന് അതെല്ലാം നഷ്ടമായിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പൊ അത്തരം മുള അറിവുകളും മുളം പാട്ടുകളും മുളം കഥകളും ആ സംസ്കാരത്തെ തന്നെ നമുക്ക് തിരിച്ചു കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ തക്ക തരത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു പുസ്തകത്തിന്റെ പണിപ്പുരയിലാണ്. തീർച്ചയായും പ്രകൃതിയുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് കിടക്കുന്ന ഒരു ജോലി തന്നെയാണ് എന്റെ ലക്ഷ്യം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ഒരു വനപാലകയാവാനാണ് എനിക്ക് ആഗ്രഹം. അതിനോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ഞാൻ കൊണ്ടു നടക്കുന്ന മറ്റൊരു ആഗ്രഹം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, എന്റെ ഭാവിയിലൊരു പ്ലാൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഒരു ബാംബു വില്ലേജ് ആണ്. അതായത് എന്റെ ബാംബു വില്ലേജിൽ എത്തുന്ന ഓരോ ആളുകൾക്കും മുളകളെ പറ്റിയിട്ടുള്ള കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു അറിവ്, സമഗ്രമായിട്ടുള്ള അറിവ് ആളുകൾക്ക് കിട്ടണം. നമ്മുടെ ജീവിതവുമായിട്ട്, നമ്മുടെ എന്താ വെച്ചാല് കൃഷി മുതൽ മുളയുടെ കൾട്ടിവേഷൻ മുതൽ കൾച്ചറിലേക്ക് വരെ എങ്ങനെ നമ്മുടെ മുളകൾ മാറുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത്, നമ്മുടെ ജീവിതത്തിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് എങ്ങനെ മുളകൾ മാറുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് കൂടി എനിക്ക് ആളുകളിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കണം എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. എങ്ങനെ ഒരു മുള നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ വികസനത്തിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് എങ്ങനെ അത് ഗുണം ചെയ്യുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് നമുക്ക് ആളുകളിലേക്ക് എന്റെ ഈ ബാംബു വില്ലേജിലൂടെ എനിക്ക് എത്തിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കും എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എന്റെ ഒരു വിശ്വാസം. അപ്പൊ ഇല്ലിക്കാടുകളാൽ സമൃദ്ധമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു നാട്, അതാണ് എന്റെ സ്വപ്നം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഞാനത് എന്റെ ബാംബു വില്ലേജിലൂടെ സാധ്യമാക്കുക തന്നെ ചെയ്യും.
Yeah. Welcome back. In this session, we deal about evolution of physical media. Information is data that have been recorded, classified, organized, related, or interpreted within a framework so that meaning emerges. Information can be encoded into various forms. The transfer of information, ideas, and concepts from one individual to another or to a group underwent extreme evolution since prehistoric times. It has been 30,000 years later since the first recorded evidence of written communication, and it is dramatically changing. The scientific and technological advancements have brought about rapid developments in the physical media of information. New media are coming up while the old ones are being improved upon. Cuneiform. Cuneiform is one of the earliest known systems of writing, distinguished by its wedge-shaped marks on clay tablets made by means of a blunt reed for a stylus. It is one of the earliest examples of pictorial writing was found in the excavation of Emmrc in Mesopotamia. In about 3200 BC, temple officials in Sumer developed a reliable and lasting method of keeping track of the animals and other goods which are the temple's wealth. On lumps of wet clay, the scribes draw a simplified picture of the item in question. They then make a similar mark in the clay for the number counted and recorded. When allowed to bake hard in the sun, the clay tablet becomes a permanent document. In Mesopotamia, clay remains the most common writing surface, and the standard writing implement becomes the end of a sharply cut reed. These two ingredients define this early human script. Characters are formed from the wedge-shaped marks which the reed makes when pressed into the damp clay, so the style of writing becomes known as cuneiform. Hieroglyphs. Hieroglyphs were a formal writing system used by the ancient Egyptians that combined logographic and alphabetic elements. Egyptians used cursive hieroglyphs for religious literature on papyrus and wood. The Egyptian characters are much more directly pictorial in kind than the Sumerian, but the system of suggesting objects and concepts is similar. The Egyptian characters are called hieroglyphs by the Greeks in about 500 BC because by that time this form of writing is reserved for holy text. Hieros and glypho mean sacred and engrave in Greek. Ostraca. Ostraca were common writing materials in antiquity which were used mainly for writing receipts, temporary records, list of names, etc. But some letters written on potsherds have also been found. These are broken shreds of pottery that have writing scratched onto them. Being basically useless, potsherds were discarded. However, as they were made of fried clay, they were very hard and almost indestructible. Shreds were a good source of writing material, but it is certain that they were never intended to be a lasting, permanent record. What was probably meant to be only a provisional material has, for the archaeologist, survived well in all sites in nearly all countries and is a valuable artifact. Commonly found in Egypt as tax receipts, there have been tens of thousands located all over the world. Stone. The Stone Age was an ancient time period when people made tools from stone, wood, bones, and other materials. In all ages, stone has been used for inscriptions when a high degree of permanence was desired. Since stone was relatively scarce in Mesopotamia, however, so that cuneiform inscriptions on this material are confined almost exclusively to royal text or public stele like that which bears the Code of Hammurabi. In Syria, Palestine stone was likewise used for inscriptions in Aramaic or Canaanite intended for public display such as Moabite stone, Siloam inscriptions, etc. Clay. The ancient Sumerians, Babylonians, Assyrians and Hittites wrote on tablets made from water-cleaned clay. Although these writing bricks varied in shape and dimension, a common form was a thin quadrilateral tile about 5 inches long. While the clay was still wet, the writer used a stylus to inscribe it with cuneiform characters. Clay was the most readily available and thus the cheapest material for writing purposes in Mesopotamia. To this material belonged to Sumerian Akkadian pictographic signs, which were written in peculiar cuneiform shapes. It later spread to Hittites, Hurrians and Elamites. The use of clay was not confined to Mesopotamia and Anatolia, but spread to Syria, Palestine and Egypt when Akkadian became the language of international diplomacy. The best evidence of this is the correspondence between the Egyptian pharaoh and the Babylonian, Mitannian, Hittite and Edzavan rulers, as well as the local governors of the dependent states in Syria, Palestine between the 15th and 13th centuries BC, that came to light by the discovery of Tel el Amarna in Egypt. Metal. Sheets of metal were rarely used for writing and are rarely found. For one, they were expensive to manufacture, and secondly, the metal was often resmelted for use as weapons in times of war, so few sheets remain. Royal houses sometimes used silver or gold, and examples of writing on gold has been excavated from the Second Temple period in Jerusalem. More commonly, bronze tablets and copper sheets were used to provide semi-permanence and could be stored more easily than cumbersome rock. Archaeologists have discovered row upon row of bronze tablets from ancient Roman archives that contain details about treaties and degrees. Soldiers honorably discharged from serving in the Roman army were given a small bronze tablet with their right as citizen recorded on it. Potsherd. Potsherd is the use of pieces of broken and discarded pottery as a writing material. These ostraka were available and less costly. Texts were written on ostraka have been found in Egyptian, Aramaic and Greek. In Mesopotamia, ostraka was used for Aramaic, which was written with pen and ink. Linen. Linen was another material used for writing. No trace of linen writing was found in Western Asia, if indeed it was used. It was employed in Egypt and Italy. There is no indication of its use in biblical literature. Wood. The use of wood as a writing medium was strictly confined to temporary purposes, and not many such tablets have survived through antiquity, as the climate in most countries is not conducive to their preservation. Apart from some well-preserved palm wood found in Buddhist libraries in the East, the only good source of timber tablets is the dry sands of Egypt, where the flooding Nile cannot reach. In antiquity, wooden boards were used for displaying public announcements. The Romans called them albums. They were whitened boards that could be sign written, and when the message became out of date, the board could easily be whitewashed and rewritten. The qualities of slaves would be written on such boards, and they would be made to stand under them while being paraded for sale. Wax. An extremely temporary method of writing was to scratch the record onto wax tablets. These were thin wooden boards covered with a fine coating of beeswax. The boards could have small holes at one end that permitted a ring to be inserted, allowing many sheets to form a flip book. The Latin name for this was codex and has become common in referring to any group of bound pages. Wax pads were often used as notebooks. At Pompeii, excavations have shown that even contracts as important as banking or loans were recorded on wax tablets. This may have been a quick, temporary method prior to a more permanent one, much like a secretary might make shorthand notes before typing them up. School students used the wax tablet as a writing notepad. Once the information was learned, the tablet could be smoothened, cleaned for reuse. The wax was written on using a sharp stylus. A stylus was sharp at one end and broad at the other for smoothing out the wax when required. Pads of 2 or 3 leaves were called diptychs or triptychs. Papyrus. Papyrus is a material prepared in ancient Egypt from the pithy stem of water plant used in sheets throughout the ancient Mediterranean world for writing or painting on, and also for making articles such as rope. It is the grandfather of paper. The Egyptian scribe uses a fine reed pen to write on the smooth surface of papyrus scroll. Inevitably, the act of writing causes the hieroglyphs to become more fluid than the strictly formal versions carved and painted in tombs. Even so, the professional dignity of the scribes ensures that standards do not slip. There gradually emerge three official versions of the script which is used by the scribes. There is one, the most formal, for religious documents, one for literature and official documents, and one for private letters. In Egypt, the principal writing material was quite of a different sort. Wooden tablets are indeed found pictured on the monuments, but the material which was in common use even from very ancient times was the papyrus. This reed, found chiefly in Lower Egypt, had various economic means for writing. The pith was taken out and divided by a pointed instrument into the thin pieces of which it is composed. It was then flattened by pressure and the strips glued together, other strips being placed at right angles to them so that a roll of any length might be manufactured. Writing seems to have become more widespread with the invention of papyrus in Egypt. That this material was in use in Egypt from a very early period is evidenced by still existing papyrus of the earliest Theban dynasties. As the papyrus, being in great demand and exported to all parts of the world, became very costly, other materials were often used instead of it, among which is mentioned leather. A few leather mills of an early period have been found in the tombs. Parchment. Parchment is a stiff, flat, thin material made from the prepared skin of an animal, usually a sheep or goat, and used as a durable writing surface in ancient and medieval times. Parchment began to replace leather in the 3rd century AD. Parchment differs from leather in not being tanned. A superior quality of parchment, known as vellum, was made from the skin of calves or kits. Leather. Animal skins have been widely used as a writing surface in many cultures. Since very ancient times, leather is known to have been produced in Egypt since at least the 4th dynasty. Leather production would become an important and large industry in many places throughout the ancient world. It was produced for both domestic consumption and for export. Leather was used for many different purposes, including the making of footwear, armor, clothing, and as a writing material. The earliest use mention of leather documents is found in a text of the 4th Egyptian dynasty. A collection of Aramaic letters to Persian officials in Egypt dating from the 5th century BC is all on leather. Paper. The word paper is etymologically derived from papyrus, ancient Greek for the cyperus papyrus plant. Paper was invented in ancient China during the Han dynasty and spread slowly to the west. Paper making and manufacturing in Europe was started by Muslims living on the Iberian Peninsula in the 10th century and slowly spread to Italy and southern France, reaching Germany by 1400 AD. Chinese tradition attributes one of the most wide-reaching of inventions to a eunuch at the imperial court by the name of Kailan in the year AD 105. Kailan may merely have presented the emperor with a report on the new substance, but certainly paper is produced in China in the 2nd century AD. Fragments of it survive, made from rags and the fibers of mulberry, laurel, and Chinese grass. To make a sheet of paper, these substances are repeatedly soaked, pounded, washed, boiled, strained, and bleached. The mush is left to drain in a mesh frame and then dried. The result is thinner and more flexible than papyrus or parchment and much more adaptable to methods of large-scale production. This desirable secret takes 1,000 years to reach Europe. The Chinese art of paper making spread to the other part of the world after several Chinese paper makers were captured by Arabs. The paper industry was established in Baghdad in AD 795. The first paper mill in America was established near Philadelphia in 1690. In 1798, a Frenchman named Nicolas Louis Robert invented a machine to make paper in continuous rolls rather than sheets. The Fourdrinier brothers, who were English merchants, financed improvements in the machine in 1803. The stone ground wood method for making wood pulp was developed in Germany in 1840. In 1854, The first chemically produced wood pulp was made in England. During the 1850s, chemists found that the fibers in wood could be separated by treating them with sulfurous acid. In 1883, a German inventor named Karl Dahl discovered that adding sodium sulfate to the soda process produced a very strong pulp. This discovery produced the Kraft process. During the early 1900s, the Kraft process became the most important pulping process, and the Fourdrinier machine became the primary device for making paper. It is interesting to note that the Fourdrinier brothers did not receive any royalties for their machine due to a patent error. Significant improvements in paper making since the mid 1900s include thermomechanical pulping, synthetic wires and felts, twin wire machines, and the use of computers to control pulping and paper making operations. Today, paper is the cornerstone of communication throughout the world. Microform. Microform is a general term for any material that contains a small image or micro reproduction of a document. These document images are usually found on film, however some older formats used cardboard. There are two common film formats, microfilm and microfiche. Microfilm is a roll of film. Microfiche is a flat sheet of film. Since the images are so small, special readers or scanners are used to view the documents. Microforms help to save space. Thousands of newspapers, journals or government documents can be stored in a few cabinets. The American Heritage Dictionary defines microform as an arrangement of images reduced in size or on microfilm or microfiche. Microform images are commonly reduced about 25 times from the original document size, which are miniaturized or compressed images which cannot be read without special display devices. Archival materials are frequently placed in microform format because this medium is very stable and economical for storage of information for extended periods of time. There are two major types, namely microfilm and microfiche. Microfilm. Microfilm is a roll of transparent film used to store microscopic images of documents. A microfilm reader is required to read the images in the microfilm. Documents are recorded in microfilm because of the risk of damage to a fragile original or to save storage space. Microfilm, when properly processed and stored within special envelopes and placed in a climate controlled room, has a life expectancy of approximately 500 years. Microfiche. Microfiche is a small sheet of transparent photographic film, usually 4 inches by 6 inches, containing printed information in a size too small to be seen by the naked eye and needs a special device to read the images. The major advantages of microfiche include storage in a small space, stability of the format, and not needing knowledge to read it. As long as microfiche machine is available to magnify the print to a readable size, anyone who can read the language can read the information on microfiche. When kept in a temperature controlled environment, it can last for approximately 500 years. It is a good medium for saving and preserving cultural documents. The invention of writing marked a milestone in cultural development. There is no very definite statement as to the medium which was in most common use for the purposes of writing at start of the early writing systems. In all ages, it has been customary to engrave on stone or metal or other durable material with the view of securing the permanency of the record. Writing seems to have become more widespread with the invention of papyrus in Egypt. That this material was in use in Egypt from a very early period is evidenced by still existing papyrus of the earliest Theban dynasties. Parchment using sheepskins left after the wool was removed from cloth was sometimes cheaper than papyrus, which had to be imported outside Egypt. With the invention of wood pulp paper, the cost of writing material began a steady decline. Before we move to the next session, please try to answer the following questions. What is physical media? What is parchment? What is papyrus? What is ostraca? Here are some references for your further reading. Library and Society, J.K. Khanna, SS Publications, New Delhi. www.librarycollections.stevens.edu, www.ancient.eu, www.aldocan.com, www.sites.google.com, www.historyworld.net. Hope this session was useful for you. See you next time. Until then, bye.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have with us Nasser Al-Zahiri, a well-known writer, novelist, short story writer, film director and a well-known Arabic writer with us to discuss his experience in these different fields. Sir, we would like to know your experience in these different fields.
First of all, it is my pleasure, my dignity to be here. Secondly, it is a long time. I like the art, literature and press. So during my education, I mean secondary education and my university education, I try to be in this field.
Yeah.
And I have in university education as mass communication, and this is the major, and the minor is the French literature.
Yeah.
So after I finish my education, I go through the the newspaper and TV and radio, and finally I found myself in writing. So I am a columnist since 16 years now. It is a daily writing. It is a kind of good headache, I can say it between, but I am very happy with that. And beside that, I go also to be my dream real as a cinematographic and photographer also. So, but mainly I am I'm a columnist. That's my daily job. But beside that, I am a story writer. That is my final decision. When I wake up, I say to myself, don't forget, you are a short writer.
In this very tough political turmoil, how can a columnist can deal the political issues and international issues in this your daily column, sir?
Well, the daily column, he should know where his place, exactly place. My place is the last page, and the last page is a variety. It's after you finish your 36 paper, and you should to take your rest in that. So I am a little bit free to write anything about the life, social, politics, sometimes just for funny. And the reader also, they need these things. They need these things. But as I told you, it is in the beginning, you should be like a cirque player.
Yeah.
You should have, you see, your balance. And this is by the time or by your experience, you will get it. And it is not written, but it is in your head, in your memory.
Yeah. There is an observation that you are very poetic in your lines. How can you deal with the people, and how can you satisfy the general or common public with this poetic endeavor, please?
Well, I think my language is very distinguished, and I feel that it is a poetic language. So even my column, daily column, it's not going out of this border. Sometimes you would like to listen to the nice sentences, to the poet word. Otherwise, the world is very aggressive and very it's tough. And by time to time, you should listen to something very beautiful, like you want to see the rose or the raining, or to see window open, and behind that window there is a beauty girl. It's these things. It's make the life is very. It's a part of paradise, or
just like
So the poet, it's in my language, even my daily behavior.
Yeah.
So I'm not separate on
all these things.
Yeah.
And very oftenly Indian diaspora appear in this your in your novel and short stories. What is your direct experience with this kind of people?
Well, I feel that's I am a part of the street.
Yeah.
I am a part of this worker in the street. I am a part of our old people who went to the sea, who they traveled by ship from Emirates to Africa to India. I'm a part of all these things, and my hero or my personage in my stories or a novel, even they are not local. You've found in my story or novel, it's Indian hero, or you find from other part hero. My heroes, I told in Arabic like that, they should not wear غترة and عقال. Yeah, it's about a human being.
Yeah.
So
whether it is Arab or Indian, they are human beings, and they represent the whole world.
That's
the
right.
concept also the international brotherhood.
That's right. That's right.
But at the same time, there is a criticism that you prefer the pessimistic side of the life. Why this kind of emphasis on pessimism?
Well, you see, I like the life. I like the colorful life, and but when you talk about the pain, human pain, I think it should find your tears, not your smile.
Yeah.
But in general, I am very optimistic.
You are very optimistic. But most of the characters are the losers, not the winners. And the final setup, they are the losers. Why this kind of dark side are highlighted?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I think without lose things, we don't find the value of these things. we don't find the value of these things. So sometimes you should talk about the missing things.
In the contemporary Arab world, there is a specific movement for the human uplift or the human resurgence. Or what is the reason behind it? The feminist writers are getting more emphasis, are getting more support from the Arab world.
Yeah.
Is it right or wrong?
I think it's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why they are getting more freedom, and why they are getting more support from the common public? Instead, they are living, or they are giving more time in their households.
Well, if I understand your question, I think it's this is a kind of a duty, or a human duty, we can say it. I don't find another reason for that.
There are so many writers that they are upholding the Arab unrest in the Middle East and GCC countries.
Yeah.
Is there any reason for the present political?
No political.
Yeah,
I think it's not political. It's their nature. They behave like in that way. So why not?
Yeah, that's all right. As a film director and as a novelist, what is the interconnection between these two areas in Arab world? In the contemporary Arab world, what is the close relationship between the novel and the cinema?
This is it is international case. It is not even in Arabic world. You know, even they say the good novel equal bad film, but or verse. But I think it's a very good link between them. Even like the Colombian writer Marquez, he stay around 15 years to say okay for the time of cholera. To release in cinema. So it is sometimes they have a reason to say that. And I have seen the film, and I have read the book. Book is better than film. Even it is a good film. It's a very good film. But if you will make a compare between novel and film, I think novel it will be
higher than
yeah. But I think it's connected together. Even no cinema without stories, without novel.
What is the impact of Arab Spring on the novel and film of the Arab world?
Yeah. Even there is some film release, but I think we need time to see the influence or the feedback for that. We need a time. It's just years ago, so we cannot. It's not clear until now. And even if I want to write a story or novel about this, I need time also to see the reflect, to see the feedback, to see how is the community change, how it's need time.
It is said that you give emphasis to the human relations, and at the same time you are not supporting the human relations beyond the agreed, or I am quoting that the agreed relationship or the familial relationship. You are not in favor. You are not in favor of beyond that relationship.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Really.
Yeah, okay, that's what okay. Then the life and death These are the two important points. They unite in your novels. What is the philosophy you would like to bring?
Okay, I think when it's not with me the first short story.
الطائر.
No, عندما تدفن النخيل. That's mean when the palm tree is buried. And suddenly I found the death, the main subject in my story.
Yeah.
And second one, this one, it's called 1 feet to the life, 2 feet for the death.
Death.
And one of who wrote about my story, he say, okay, Nasser, there is a death in your 2 books. It is unusual, and I don't feel that. But I think that's cause of because I lost my father when I'm 16 or 15 years, and my father, he was military, and he's his shadow in the house, every corner in the house, and suddenly I don't found it. But still, when I want to do something wrong, I feel it's like a whisper near to my ears, and I see like a ghost, something. It's really, I don't know, but this is the small Nasser, not me, who feel like this. So, and during the life, we lost a lot of people who were very close to us. And if you want to see for the readers or for the life, the colorful life, which I like it, you should go to the negative of that, to see this is life, this is we will defend against that. And it is a universal case in this death and life. It's from the beginning, from the history until now, and we don't find the conclusion of this crash or this conflict.
Yeah, okay. Let me ask one more question. That is there any separate individual entity to the UAE literature apart from the Arabic literature, the general Arabic literature?
Yeah.
What is the position of UAE literature in the, may I quote, general Arabic literature?
You mean among of
yeah, okay.
Okay. We can't say Emirate literature.
Yeah.
We say Arabic literature. This is the beginning. But when we want to distinguish between the geographic country or something, we will say from Emirate, from Iraq, from Morocco, like that. But the basic, everything, it is coming from the whole Arabic country. That's mean Arabic literature. But we have also something special.
Yeah,
we have different.
What is that speciality?
Yeah. We have different problem. Like we will say, like identity in our cosmopolitan community, society. The Moroccan, they don't find this as a problem. So we ask the question about our identity during next 10 years, 20 years, etc. Now in our society, we have around or more than 200 nationality. So who's the minority, who's the majority? So this is kind of matter we can discuss as a writer, a thinker, like that. So what we have from this question, this one is, you can say this is especially from Emmrc, special for the literature of Emmrc. So some subject is common as before in Gulf countries, GCC countries, like diving, searching for the pearl, and traveling with Africa and India. This is common things. You can find it all GCC country. It is not for Emirates. And something special, as example, I say to you, identity, the new identity for a new cosmopolitan community in UAE. And there is a lot, but this is special for us, I think.
Yeah, for the last 2 decades, searching for identity, especially the identity of Emirates, distinguished from the Arabic general Arab identity. What is the reason behind that? Till recently, every literature, every writers, they were emphasizing on the Arab. But nowadays, the specific geographical distinction is emerged. For example, Kuwait writers, then the Emirates writers, Saudi writers, Egyptian writers. What is the present reason for this?
You mean identity?
Identity crisis.
Well, I think in Emirates it's...
Is it part of national upheaval or something such?
Yes. In Emirates, I talk about Emirates. In Emirates, yes. Because, when you will be as 20 percentage in with your population, it is a problem. So you should know, because it is ID. What's that mean? ID your language, your thought, traditional, a lot of things. It's your culture. So we have outside influence as the global mondialization, these things. We know this. But sometimes we have from inside influence. So these two, I think for the UAE, it's a little bit, you should be attention for that.
Yeah, okay. Let me ask one more question. Peaceful coexistence also a underlining force of your literature also. What is your experience of peaceful coexistence of the Africans, Indians, Europeans, and almost every UAE or Emirates is a miniature world. What is your experience with them as a writer and as a common citizen?
I like the human being. I respect the human being. I don't care about his color, his culture, his everything. I am with the human being until the end. So, the African, they are our brother. Even West or East or all these. So you will find them, all them in our community.
Yeah.
Within these 200.
Yeah.
And we are, live peacefully together. And that's good. That's good if you will say that the UA community is example or good example for how people live in peaceful together. So, and I think it is even in literature you will find like that. You will find a lot of the author talking about those things.
Yeah, okay. What is your message for a peaceful, very friendly life of the youth and public?
Yeah, that's like before the question before you asked it. It's similar. I'd like to say for the youth generation, read, travel, have other language. I think with these three things, they will see the whole universe with many eyes. It is a small windows open on the universal.
Yeah.
And you know how it's good and marvelous and exacting the universe.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Nasser Al-Zahiri, for coming to the studio. Thank you for this short discussion.
Well, it's my pleasure. I'm very happy to be here for participate with this this meeting. It's great, really. Okay. It's great.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome to the session on Aesthetics of Romanticism. Romanticism was an artistic movement that took place during the late 18th century in Europe. It chose intuition and emotion over rationalism. This, together with the ideologies and events of the French Revolution, laid the foundations from which both Romanticism and the Counter-Enlightenment emerged. At that time, Europe was engrossed in an industrial revolution, and society began to challenge conventional forms of neoclassicism in art, music, and literature. The generation of revolution and wars, of stress and upheaval, produced doubts on the security of the age of reason. Doubts and pessimism now challenged the hope and optimism of the 18th century. People felt a deepened concern for the metaphysical problems of existence, death, and eternity. It was in this background that Romanticism was born. The essential spirit of Romanticism was one of revolt against an established order of things. Romanticists fought against precise rules, laws, dogmas, and formulas that characterized classicism in general and the late 18th century neoclassicism in particular. They praised imagination over reason, emotions over logic, and intuition over science, and thus made way for a vast body of literature of great sensibility and passion. The term romantic first appeared in the 18th century English and originally meant romance-like, that is, resembling the fanciful character of medieval romances. In the 17th century, we find the word employed in two different senses. When the Englishman Thomas Bailey used the adjective romantic for the first time in 1650, it was to criticize the untruth of fictional writings. At the same period, romantic was applied in a positive sense to the landscape paintings of Claude Lorraine, Nicolas Poussin, and Salvator Rosa. So, in parallel to the motley, untamed inventiveness of the fictional world, we have the picturesqueness of depictions of nature informed with emotion. Later, it began to suggest a movement whose central characteristics were revolt, self-expression, and individual uniqueness. Beginning in the last decades of the 18th century, it transformed poetry, the novel, drama, painting, sculpture, all forms of concert music, especially opera and ballet. The roots of Romanticism can be traced in the work of Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Immanuel Kant. Other philosophers and writers associated with the Romantic movement include Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph von Schelling, and George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel in Germany, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, and William Wordsworth in Britain. Philosophically, Romanticism represents a shift from the objective to the subjective. The importance of Romantic philosophy in aesthetics can be delineated through a simple example. Imagine three people looking at a landscape. One is a farmer, another a property developer, and the third an artist. The farmer would see the potential for raising crops and livestock, the property developer the chance to build houses, and the artist at the shades and subtleties of color and form. None of these individuals is seeing the landscape objectively. They are seeing it from a particular or subjective viewpoint. The move from the objective to the subjective is a result of Kant's idea that human beings do not see the world directly but through a number of categories. We do not directly see things in themselves. we only understand the world through our human point of view. If we agree with Kant that we can never know things in themselves, we may as well discard them. This leads to idealism, the belief that what we call the external world is somehow created by our minds. The Enlightenment's emphasis on the empirical deterministic universe left little room for the freedom and creativity of the human spirit. The Romantic emphasis is on art, and imagination is a direct critical reaction to the mechanical view of some Enlightenment figures. The Romantic landscapes are a good example for this. In landscape art, Romantics picked subjects that elevated nature, often dwarfing the human in comparison. Sometimes Romantic art depicted sentimental and heroic figures. These seemed small in relation to the forces of nature. Yet humanity remained a focal point of their work. Nature is portrayed as vague, powerful, and barely restrained. Frederick's Wanderer Above the Sea and Fog shows a solitary gentleman looking out over a seascape with breakers smashing against the shore. The figure seems to contemplate the elements with stoic determination mixed with admiration and awe. The wanderer is focused on nature, even while all of nature seems focused upon him. The ideas of Jean-Jacques Rousseau about nature and simplicity, from Johann Gottfried Herder, who rejected classicism and searched for authenticity of the true people, and the fascination with medieval times, they all seem to meet harmoniously in Frederick's paintings. In Romantic age, instead of an aesthetics based on inescapable values, there developed in England and France a doctrine of the beautiful based on individual taste and sensibility. The feeling and sentiment of the individual artist and viewer of art now became the key factor. Ultimately, this implied a turn to a psychological approach to art, which by the middle of the 19th century began to concentrate on its more sensational aspects. In the book A Philosophical Enquiry into the Origins of Our Ideas of the Sublime and Beautiful, published in 1757, Edmund Burke paved the road to an aesthetics of awesome and pleasurable terrors. After Burke's attempt to base the visual arts on a theory of human passions, the categories of the grand and sublime, the archaically rugged, the mental stimuli provoked by the bizarre, obscure, chaotic, even the shock effects which exposed the depths and abysses of the human soul, came increasingly to figure in European thinking as the motive forces behind truly compelling works of art. Around the time of Burke's treatise, the concept of the picturesque became a key term. The word connoted psychological moods triggered by certain themes and also by certain modes of formal depiction. Uvedale Price published essays on picturesque in 1795. Followed by this, around the turn of the century, Richard Payne Knight argued that picturesqueness was based above all on values of light and color. A short time later, this was put into practice by William Turner in watercolors and oils of a decidedly romantic flavor. Now let us look at the contributions of some other important thinkers who played major roles in shaping the Romantic age. Generally, these thinkers felt that for human beings, it was our own day-to-day living that was the center of our search for the truth. Reason and the evidence of our senses were important, no doubt, but they mean nothing to us unless they touch our needs, our feelings, our emotions. Only then do they acquire meaning. This meaning is what the Romantic movement is all about. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Jean-Jacques Rousseau is considered as the intellectual father of Romanticism. For Rousseau, habits, values, rules and standards imposed by a civilization grounded in reason and reason only had to be abandoned. Man is born free and everywhere he is in chains, Rousseau had written. Whereas the philosophers saw man in common, that is, as creatures endowed with reason, the Romantics saw diversity and uniqueness, that is, those traits which set one man apart from another and traits which set one nation apart from another. Discover yourself, express yourself was the slogan of the Romantic artists. Play your own music, write your own drama, paint your own personal vision, live, love and suffer in your own way. The Romantics were passionate about their subjectivism, about their tendency towards introspection. Rousseau's autobiography, The Confessions, began with the following words: I am commencing an undertaking hitherto without precedent and which will never find an imitator. I desire to set before my fellows the likeness of a man in all the truth of nature, and that man myself alone. I know the feelings of my heart and I know men. I am not made like any of those I have seen. I venture to believe that I am not made like any of those who are in existence. If I am not better, at least I am different. Arthur Schopenhauer. Arthur Schopenhauer was born in February 22nd, 1788 in Danzig, Prussia. In 1819, he published his greatest work, The World as Will and Idea. To Schopenhauer, the phenomenal world is basically an illusion. The true reality, Kant's thing in itself, he refers to as will. It is out of the will that everything derives, but it has more the qualities of a force and pushes or drives what we perceive as the phenomenal world. Will is the inner nature of all things. So, if you want to understand some things or someone's inner nature, you need only look within yourself. So, the will also drives us through our instincts. Aesthetic salvation, seeing the beauty in something or someone, he believed, is one of the ways to get past suffering. When we do this, we are actually looking at the universal or essence behind the scene, which moves us in turn towards the universal subject within ourselves. This quiets the will that forces us into the phenomenal world. Schopenhauer believed that music was the purest art, one step from will. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Goethe was born in 1749 in Frankfurt am Main in Germany. Goethe's greatest work is his two-part play Faust. Although he began writing it in 1773, it would not be finished until 1831. The first part, however, could stand alone, and it was completed in 1808. Its theme was human freedom and the power of passion. In addition to his poetry, novels and plays, Goethe spent considerable time on science. He studied medicine, anatomy, physics, chemistry, botany and meteorology. In 1792, he completed the two-part contributions to optics, and in 1810 the three-part on the theory of colors. He truly believed that it was these works that would be his greatest contributions. Instead, few scientists approved of them, and they were to make little serious impact on the field. His work would make an impression on various artists, though including Turner, Klee and Kandinsky. His approach was really more phenomenological than experimental, and his work reflected more on the subjective experiences of color and light than on their physics. Schelling and Coleridge. Schelling agreed with Kant that the only object we have direct knowledge of is consciousness. The external world is seen as an adjunct to what is more real, the mind. The way that the mind will come to full awareness of itself is through art. Coleridge was interested in the psychology of artistic creativity and was dissatisfied with the empiricist idea that the mind was merely a passive absorber of impressions. After reading Schelling and other idealists, he found a way to criticize the over-mechanical view of the Enlightenment. The mechanical view of the mind is atomistic. It is simply the sum of its experience. Coleridge saw the mind more in organic terms, its functions more like an organism than an engine. The organism can be creative, but it is difficult to see how an engine could create poetry. Coleridge felt that his version of idealism could be reconciled with his Christian beliefs and that Kant's moral theories were in tune with Christian sentiments. Coleridge thought that intellectuals had an important role in disseminating culture in order to bring society closer to a state of harmony. Hegel. G.W.F. Hegel was the most influential of the German idealist philosophers, perhaps the most important philosopher since Kant. He became a professor at Heidelberg in 1816 and was professor of philosophy at Berlin from 1818 until his death in 1831. Like other idealists, he agrees with Kant that the mind is not simply a passive absorber of the external world, but actively organizes it. As the mind cannot know things in themselves, what becomes the real is Geist, mind, spirit or soul. As Hegel says, the real is the rational and the rational is the real. Hegel sees Geist developing through history, each period having a Zeitgeist, a spirit of the age. These stages will eventually reach the telos, Greek for end, of self-understanding, that is when Geist comes to know itself. He called this process dialectical. A dialectical process is one in which a starting position, the thesis, proves to be inadequate and so throws up its opposite, the antithesis. Both of these positions are unsatisfactory and progress will only occur when a superior understanding occurs. It is only when Geist comes to know itself that we can be free. It is only possible to be free if we understand reality. If we do not understand reality, we are not in a position to make a free judgment. We struggle in vain against that which we do not understand. For Hegel, each person's individual consciousness or mind is really part of the absolute mind. It is just that the individual does not realize this. If we understood that we were part of a greater consciousness, we would not be so concerned with our individual freedom. We would agree with to act rationally in a way that did not follow our individual caprice. By following the real or the rational, each individual would achieve self-fulfillment. The true content of romantic thought, Hegel writes, is absolute internality, the adequate and appropriate form of which is spiritual subjectivity or conscious personality as comprehension of its own independence and freedom. Following Hegel, two different interpretations of Hegelianism spawned two different groups.
Welcome friends to the session on Exceptional Children Part 2. In this session we will be dealing with the meaning, definition and characteristics of gifted children and mentally disabled children. Gifted children are the wealth of any civilization or society. They are both an asset and a responsibility. According to Harvey Gerst, the talented or gifted is one who shows consistently remarkable performance in any worthwhile line of endeavor. Fagler and Bish defined, the term gifted encompasses those children who possess a superior intellectual potentiality and functional ability to achieve academically in the top 15 to 20% of the school population and or who have talent of a high order in such special areas as mathematics, mechanics, science, expressive arts, creative thinking, music and social leadership, and a unique creative ability to deal with their environment. The psychological basis of definitions includes both higher intelligence as well as special abilities of high order for giftedness. As such, the gifted child is that child who has a high level of general intelligence or who has special abilities in those areas in which they need not always require a high level of intelligence, such as drawing, painting, mechanics, leadership, etc. On the basis of the above definitions, we may draw the following conclusions about the meaning and characteristics of gifted children. Characteristics of gifted children. The gifted child is essentially an exceptional child. In comparison to children of his or her own group, they are superior in some ability or group of abilities. The appellation gifted children is applicable not only to the academically or intellectually talented but also to those who show promise in other spheres such as music, dance, drama, painting, sculpture, writing and other creative arts, mechanical work, social leadership and human relationships, creative scientific experimentation and exploration, physical activities like games, sports and gymnastics. A gifted child need not necessarily possess a very high intelligence quotient. Giftedness is multidimensional. It can be in any field of life. Needs and problems of gifted children. In addition to the basic needs, they may have certain special needs like the need for knowledge and understanding, creativity and ingenuity, the development of his exceptional ability or abilities, the need for self-actualization and self-expression. In this way, the gifted child does not only strive for the satisfaction of his basic needs, but also needs the opportunity as well as the facilities for the realization of his specific needs. In case he finds it difficult to accomplish these needs, he becomes mentally as well as emotionally disturbed. This brings a sort of maladjustment and he turns into a problem child. A gifted child may become a problem for the parents and the teacher if he or she is not handled properly. Their main problems are feel themselves rejected and isolated because of lack of guidance, develop negative attitude towards society, feel bored due to very easy classwork, become aggressive and get out of control due to non-fulfillment of their needs, develop inferiority complex due to lack of opportunities, develop superiority complex due to much attention from parents and teachers. The identification of gifted children. The first step in the direction of planning special education for gifted children is to identify or separate them from the average children. Deman and Kaugdat 1974 have prepared a schedule of the specialities to identify the gifted or academically talented students. According to this schedule, a gifted child learns rapidly and easily, uses a great deal of common sense and practical knowledge, reasons things out, thinks clearly, recognizes relationships, comprehends meanings, retains what he has heard or read without much rote drill, knows about many things of which most students are unaware, has a large vocabulary which he uses easily and accurately, can read books and do academic work that are 1 or 2 years in advance of the rest of the class, performs difficult mental tasks, asks many questions, has a wide range of interests, is original in his thinking, uses good but unusual methods, is alert, keenly observant and responds quickly. Methods and means of identification. Children with special abilities or talents may not possess superior general intelligence. Such children need careful observation and study so that the specific areas of their giftedness can be spotted. The teacher can make use of the following procedures for the identification of gifted children: standardized intelligence test, standardized achievement test, creativity test, aptitude test, interest inventory, and teacher's observation report, school marks, etc. Education for gifted children. Now all the educators, parents and administrators have recognized the importance of providing special education to gifted children. The following approaches are recommended for the education of gifted children. Acceleration. Acceleration is the process by which the progress of gifted child is geared to a higher level. As a result of this, his or her abilities are challenged by a quickened tempo and advanced work. The important ways of acceleration are: early admission to grade first, that is, at the age of 3 to 4 years than at the age of 5 years. Child on the basis of his performance in the school is given double promotion. That is, he may be promoted to class 5 from 3rd or from 2nd to 4th. Skipping of grades. Shortening the periods of grade if he completes the matters of an academic year within 8 or 6 months. Thus he can complete 4 grades within 2 or 3 years. Lengthening of working days of the school using summer and winter vacation days for giving these children something extra and new. Telescoped programs. Condensed 3 years program to 2 years or 4 years syllabi into 3 years, etc. Subject-wise acceleration can be done through enriching the syllabus of various subjects. Enrichment approach or programs. In such programs, they are not placed in any special class or school. They remain in the regular class with average students, but special attention is paid to them in the classroom by the teacher. In enrichment programs, advanced work and extra assignments are given to the gifted children. Enrichment can be done in 2 ways: enrichment in breadth and in depth. Enrichment program allows the student to work at his own pace and at his own level of understanding, and also bring additional educational opportunities for the gifted children. The common ways of enrichment program are: special assignment within and outside the syllabus, work on independent projects, extra reading and writing work, experimentation and independent research, participation in co-curricular activities, advanced work, creativity fostering activities such as essay writing, stylish writing, poster writing, letter writing, etc. In this way, the learning experiences should be so enriched that gifted children find something new and challenging for them. Gifted child is an asset of incalculable value to society. They are the treasures of any nation. Therefore, it is very necessary to identify them in time and utilize them for the good of the society, the nation and the world. Special approach. In this approach, special facilities and opportunities should be provided for the gifted children in developing their specific abilities and potentialities. This can be done through the following ways: special or separate school, special classes, separate class and special curriculum. In the classification of exceptional children, the mentally retarded children belong to the lower end of the scale of intelligence and scholastic aptitude, quite opposite and contrary to the gifted and creative, who lie at the higher end of the scale. As a matter of terminology, such children are known by so many names other than mentally retarded, such as feeble-minded, mentally handicapped, mentally deficient, mentally subnormal or mentally sub-average, etc. Who are these children? What are their specific characteristics and requirements? What can be done for them specially in the sphere of education? Mentally disabled or mentally handicapped children. Mentally retarded or disabled children are those children who suffer from the retarded, subnormal or deficient growth and development of their brain, affecting their intellectual capacities to the extent that they feel handicapped in their adaptation to the environment and thus require special care and provisions for their welfare and development of their capacities. Mentally retarded children are those children with inadequate level of intelligence, are impaired in their ability to learn and to adapt to the demands of the society, or children with low level or below average intellectual functioning are called mentally retarded children. Characteristics of mentally retarded children: limited functioning due to significant loss of conceptual, practical and social intelligence, sub-average intellectual functioning, poor performance level, slow acquisition of skills, low level of adaptive skills, lack of concentration, poor at abstraction. Identification of mentally retarded children. Mentally retarded children can be identified by using intelligence tests, achievement tests and also through observation. Classification of mentally retarded or disabled children. We can also classify mentally retarded children into different categories using some criteria such as normal distribution criteria. In a normally distributed population, about 2% of the population is generally found mentally retarded. IQ criterion. American Association of Mental Deficiency has classified mentally retarded children on the basis of their IQ scores. 4 broad categories of mentally retarded children are given here. Borderline cases or dull, IQ 70 to 90. Morons or feeble-minded, IQ 50 to 70. Imbeciles, IQ 25 to 50. Idiots, IQ less than 25. Medical criterion. Medical personnel and physicians classify mentally retarded children on the basis of their physical or mental characteristics caused by some damage in the functioning of the brain due to genetic or environmental reasons. Brain damaged child. Mongoloids, moderately mentally retarded whose IQ ranges from 50 to 70. Cretin child, mental retardation due to any deformation in thyroid gland. Phenylketonuria, caused due to metabolic disturbance but its incidence is very rare. Microcephaly and hydrocephaly. The head is short in microcephaly and large in hydrocephaly. As a result, cerebrospinal fluid stops, causing mental retardation permanently. cerebral palsy. It is a type of disease which causes uncontrolled action of some muscles, and mental retardation is caused due to inadjustability of muscles. Degree of retardation criteria: mildly retarded, moderately retarded, and severely retarded. Learning and educability criteria: educable mentally retarded, trainable mentally retarded, untrainable or uneducable or custodial mentally retarded. Social deprivation criteria: mental retardation is also caused when a person is deprived of social environment and interaction for a long period of time. Causes of mental retardation: there are numerous reasons for mental retardation. The main causes of mental retardation can be divided into two categories: endogenous causes, genetically determined. The genetic factors like defective genes present in the chromosomes of the parents and chromosomal abnormalities are responsible for mental retardation. Exogenous causes are secondary and acquired or environmental causes. Some of them are prenatal causes like physical trauma, malnutrition, infectious diseases, blood incompatibility, radioactivity, toxic agents, and consumption of drugs and alcohols, etc. Some prenatal causes like premature birth, traumatic birth injuries, complication during delivery, etc. may lead to mental retardation. Postnatal causes like brain injury, infections, severe malnutrition, general health, cultural factors, home and family background, and social deprivation are also considered as the reasons for this unfortunate condition. Prevention and treatment of mental retardation: even though the genetically caused retardation cannot be cured, we can try to prevent mental retardation due to environmental factors. For this, we can take these precautions. Close relatives should not marry each other as much as possible. Pregnant mother should not consume wine or drugs during pregnancy, or she should not smoke during this period. Infectious diseases occurred during pregnancy should be treated as early as possible. If there is any blood abnormality either in the father or mother, it should be treated first before trying for an offspring. Balanced diet and regular exercise during pregnancy is a key factor to avoid a handicapped child. Delivery or cesarean should be done under the supervision of an experienced doctor. Proper care of the child in the early 8 years of his life becomes a critical part of the daily routine. These children should be sent to special schools. Care should also be taken for their social and emotional development, and they should be enabled to manage their affairs independently. Planning education according to the levels of mental retardation. For educational care and programs, we can group the mentally retarded into educable, labeled as mild, trainable, labeled as moderate, and custodial, labeled as severe and profound. This classification is considered as the best in the field of education. Let us now consider the specific educational programs for these types of children. Educational programs for the educable mentally retarded. Most educationalists include the children of 50 to 75 range of IQ in this group. Their physique develops like other normal children, but they can be recognized on the basis of disorders in their motor skills and by physiological disorders in early childhood. Their retardation becomes visible during their schooling. Though they are not able to avail of a proper education, but are trained for writing, reading, and the main mathematical principles. They become independent if they get proper training. They are capable of receiving primary education and training. Educational programs for the trainable mentally retarded. The children of 25 to 50 IQ range come under this category. Their motor development occurs very late in their infancy and childhood and can be recognized on the basis of their physical structure. Their language and adjustment and behavioral efficiency also develop very late. They are unable to derive much benefit from normal classroom curriculum and can be trained up to some extent in reading and writing. They have the ability to do some work like handicrafts, physical work, etc. They should also be taught necessary household skills like dusting, sweeping, washing, etc. Educational programs for the custodial mentally retarded. Idiots come under this category. Their IQ range is less than 25 and the amount of retardation is very high. They cannot learn through education and cannot even be made self-dependent. They are totally dependent and have to be kept in residential institutions, daycare centers, nursing homes, etc. They must be taught to protect from health, weather hazards, etc. The education program for these children must lay strong emphasis on self-managing skills like toilet training, washing, dressing, cleaning, etc. We parents, teachers and the society have to develop a right and positive attitude for bringing these children up. It is our responsibility to make them as able as possible. We should not blame, compare, criticize the mentally retarded children. Care should also be taken for their social and emotional development and they should be enabled to manage their affairs independently. Now let us summarize this session. In this part we discussed two main types of exceptional children, the gifted and the mentally retarded. We tried to see who are gifted and mentally retarded, their characteristics, needs, problems, etc. We also classified the mentally retarded children. Main discussion was conducted on the education programs for gifted and mentally retarded to satisfy the special needs of them. Here are some assignments for you to work on. Prepare a chart illustrating the various types of mentally retarded children. Prepare a report on educational provisions provided for mentally retarded children after visiting a special school for mentally retarded. Prepare a list of special assignments which can be given to an academically superior child at high school level. Discuss with teachers of your locality and prepare a short note on special educational strategies used by them for gifted children. Here are some books for further reference. Advanced Educational Psychology by S.S. Chauhan, published by Vikas Publishing House, 1985. Exceptional Children, Their Psychology and Education by Chintamani Kar, published by Sterling Publishers, 1992. Advanced Educational Psychology by S.K. Mangal, published by Prentice Hall of India, 1997. Essentials of Educational Psychology by S.K. Mangal, published by Prentice Hall of India, 2007. Special Education Pearson Series in Education, 2012, published by Darling Kindersley Private Limited. Thank you for watching this session. See you next time. Until then, goodbye.